Thank you. With that, if everyone can please stand for the invocation given today by Pastor Carl Johnson from the 93rd Street Community Missionary Baptist Church at the invitation of Commissioner Marlene Bastien of District 2, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Bastien.
Good morning to all, and to the chairman and vice chairman of this commission, to all the other honored commissioners, the mayor's office, and to my commissioner, Commissioner Marilyn Bartiz, who has asked me to do this invocation. I'm honored to do so. Will you please bow your heads for the invocation? Almighty God, in submission to your awesome power and your sovereign will, as well as your constant love, I come to you as your representative to invoke your divine blessing upon this significant gathering. As we gather here today, we thank you for granting us this day and this opportunity to serve the people of Miami-Dade County. We ask for your wisdom to guide these distinguished commissioners in every decision made, in order that their work be marked by fairness, integrity, and compassion. Bless this county with unity, prosperity, and peace. Strengthen the hands of these leaders as they labor for the good of all residents in Miami-Dade County. May their service reflect justice and honor. And when this official meeting has concluded, may every commissioner, as well as other noteworthy participants, leave here knowing that every decision that was made and every comment that was shared, it was all done in good conscience for the betterment of this great county. We ask this prayer in your holy name. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, you may be seated. Thank you, Pastor.
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. The eve before the storm, right? Is that right? Nah, there's no storm. There's no storm. There's no storm. All right, Madam Attorney, should we move into reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard, or?
Yes, please.
All right, reasonable opportunity for the public to be heard is now open. When I call your name, please state the item which you're speaking on, your name and address, and you will have 1 minute to speak. Melissa Fernandez Stiers, Priscilla Carolyn Smith, Stephen Lidner, Amanda DiPerna. You can line up. You guys can line up on each side of the center seats. And the first, you could approach. The second person could approach the second podium as well. Berenice Yanes, Marcelo Valladares, Francisco Torres, Lynette Sobel, Dina Escarme, Amanda Aviles, Hannah Baumgarten, and Amanda Altman. And excuse me if I mispronounced any of your names. You may speak.
Good morning, honorable members of the County Commission. My name is Melissa Fernandez Stiers, and I'm here on behalf of the City of Miami, 44 Southwest 2nd Avenue, to respectfully request a denial or continuance of Agenda Item 4B, which expands the rapid transit zone. As you know, there's a pending lawsuit from the City of Miami challenging the authority of the county's actions related to the RTZ. This item expands the RTZ within the city's municipal boundaries. Specifically, it expands the Metro Mover subzone to encompass private property located at 170 Southeast 12th Terrace, 186 Southeast 12th Terrace, and 237 Southwest 13th Street, all located within the City of Miami municipal boundaries. These private property owners requested to be included in the subzone to be under the county's exclusive regulatory jurisdiction. The RTZ and these expansions purport to completely usurp the city's jurisdictional authority over all regulatory decisions for properties within the city's jurisdiction, including but not limited to comprehensive planning, site plan approval, issuance of building permits, building inspections, construction-related fire permits and inspections, compliance with the Florida's Building Code and the Florida Fire Prevention Code,
Thank you,
issuance of
Melissa.
COs, subdivision approvals.
Thank you, Melissa. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Amanda DiPerna, and I reside at 111319 Southwest 248 Terrace in Homestead. I work for a local nonprofit called Debris Free Oceans, and I wanted to express support for item 2F that creates a clearer path for composting operations in the agricultural district. Approximately 25 to 30% of Miami-Dade's waste stream is compostable food waste, and composting is one of the fastest, most cost-effective ways to divert this material from landfills while building healthier soils and supporting our farming communities. Small mission-driven composters play a huge role in making composting easier and more accessible for residents, especially those with limited time. Many offer community drop-off sites where residents can deposit their food into bins that can then be composted and turning what would be waste into rich, nutritious soil that strengthens our local gardens and community gardens and farms. And so this ordinance would make it easier for farms and community composters to operate legally and responsibly, and I thank you for putting this item forward.
Thank you. Sir.
Hello, Stephen Leitner, Sierra Club Conservation Chair, in support of 4F, a super savvy composting ordinance. I hope you all will support it as well. I also want to ask that you guys consider the fact that for every ton of solid waste combusted, a ton of CO2 is emitted into our atmosphere. We are digging our own grave. Please do not support incineration. Thank you.
Good morning, Amanda Altman, CEO of Christie House, 1265 Northwest 12th Avenue. I'm here to speak in support of agenda item 14A5. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the commission, I just want to say thank you. Since July 15th, you all have taken my many phone calls, answered my text messages and my emails, and those of my colleagues. We appreciate all of the support you have shown for our CBOs in our communities. But the reality is, as much as I love all of you, I don't want to have to blow up your phones every single year over this issue. And the only way to avoid that is to create a sustainable revenue stream for our CBOs. Remember, this is a critical, life-saving safety network of community-based organizations who are helping the most vulnerable in our community. I want to give a very special thank you to the Vice Chairman, Keone McGee, for spearheading this initiative. Thank you. And thank you all for hearing us and for listening to us.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Priscilla Carolyn Schmidt. I reside at 1595 Northeast 141st Street in North Miami, Florida, 33161. I am here today breathing a sigh of in support of 4F. I am here breathing a sigh of relief today now that some sensible composting regulations are being presented thanks to Commissioner Higgins and her team. Fertile Earth has had to jump through many hoops and turned away thousands of dollars in compost sales to remain legal and compliant, as we have always been. We're grateful this new ordinance is creating a simplified process for allowing the composting aspects of our business to expand and formally legalize community composting across the county. We are also grateful to Commissioner Bastian's pay-as-you-throw proposal, as we've seen that program be a successful way to easily divert food waste in over 7,000 municipalities across the country. We invite all of you to come down to our farm, as Commissioner Regalado has done, and we would love an opportunity to meet with you and thank all of the commissioners who have opened their doors to us. We thank you very much for inviting us in and having conversations with us to expand the Everglades Earth Cycle program, which is the community drop-off, to make it easier for residents to compost. I'll end there. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Bernice Yanes. I reside at 500 Northeast 29th Street here in Miami, and I'm speaking in support of 4F, the composting. So thank you, Commissioner Higgins, for bringing that up and making that easier for the county. I would like to see that expanded to more places. I know this is more about the businesses and how they function, but as a resident, I want composting to be easy and accessible for everyone. So this Everglades Earth Cycle, spearheaded by Fertile Earthworm Farms, is one of those programs that maybe at the county level doesn't make sense, especially with the budget issues we are having, but I think for the municipalities does, because they have some separate funding, and I would like to see that, which has been in the south of the county, move up to where I live in Miami. I still think it is very wrong that you can support composting and the incinerator. It doesn't make sense, and there's a bit of a cognitive dissonance there. And I do want to thank Commissioner Bastian and Regalado for some of their other kind of zero waste initiatives that they're pushing forward. And I hope that the whole commission could move that way, because that's really what the residents are asking, right? They're asking for composting and they're asking for no incinerator. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Marcelo Valladares. My address is 161 Southwest 73rd Street, and I'm the Everglades organizer with Sierra Club, Florida. I'm here to speak in favor of item 4F. Composting is an essential part of moving towards a zero-waste society and a circular economy. And with our latest municipal solid waste composition study from 2024, showing that 21% of residential and 20% of commercial waste is from food waste, a significant chunk of waste that would otherwise go to our landfills or to a hypothetical incinerator would be diverted. So I want to say thank you for your support with this item and other zero waste initiatives, and thank you to Commissioner Higgins for her work to push this forward.
Good morning, I'm Francisco Torres, 725 14th Place, Miami Beach. Thank you for having me here. I'm a resident of this great county, but I'm also a founder and owner of Compost for Life, a community-based composting initiative with the mission of leaving our planet better than how we found it. Since 2020, together with our community, we have diverted more than 6.5 million pounds from the landfill. Today, I speak on behalf of more than 400 families and 83 businesses that actively compost all their food scraps with our service. Our partners include respected organizations as the Vizcaya Garden and Museum, the Miami Beach Convention Center, and One Hotel. We're living proof that it's not only possible, but also practical to do better than landfilling. We are here to express our strong support for agenda item 4F and to thank Commissioner Ellen Higgins for being a true champion of composting in our county. This legislation is essential because right now there is no feasible way within the existing code for community composting to happen at scale. Passing this measure will finally allow us to bring composting into our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Lynette Sobel, 15150 Southwest 264th Street, Homestead, Florida. I am the owner and founder of Fertile Earth Worm Farm. We have been paving the way for composting in Miami-Dade County for the last 17 years, and we are super grateful that Item 4F is up for consideration. This is the first time we've seen legislation that would actually promote composting instead of the opposite. Thank you very much to Commissioner Higgins and your staff for putting this forward. I'm also very happy to know that September is Hunger Action Month. Just 2 weeks ago, we donated 26,000 pounds of dairy products that a client gave to us to compost. When I saw the product, it was completely fine, and I was able to call FarmShare over. They inspected the product, and 100% of it was donated to the community. So there is a lot of food that goes unused and unfortunately disposed of, and what we'd love to see is some more policy that promotes more sustainable waste diversion, including pay-as-you-throw and potentially food bans for the largest producers of food waste. Thank you.
Hannah Baumgarten, 900 Bay Drive, Miami Beach, Florida, District 4. I'm speaking on resolution agenda item 11A13, file number 251755. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Arts Action Alliance, the entire Miami-Dade arts community, and Dance Now Miami, my organization. I want to thank the Commission and the Mayor for their resourcefulness in helping to find real dollars to close the budget funding gap affecting the arts and culture and the CBOs. It proves how successful our leadership here is in Miami-Dade County. Looking to the future, we know that we will need to move to seek long-term solutions to avoid this funding gap. I wish to share concerns regarding the proposed item allowing residents to opt into a self-imposed property tax increase. We respectfully urge the Commission to consider additional alternative models for sustainable funding. A property tax donation lacks the incentive of federal income tax deductions available through direct donation to arts and CBOs. Residents earmarking taxes may set a precedent, potentially creating an environment where all departments are subject to similar requests. I thank you for your consideration and your hard work on our behalf.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amanda Aviles, 8135 Southwest 92nd Court. I just wanted to come up to quickly express my support for item 4F and composting. I want to also express my gratitude to Commissioner Higgins and her team for this extraordinary measure. You know, I think I as a resident of this county, born and bred, I know so many people who are just looking for more ways to make sustainable living more accessible. So I think this is going to be an important step in moving our county towards zero waste, sustainable, and circular economy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Yvonne Hampton, 21032 Northwest 39th Avenue, Miami Gardens, Florida. I received a letter on the proposal to increase waste, and I am a little concerned about financing, using the community, and not just Miami Gardens, but all communities to increase the waste, because we pay enough. You have recycling and you have garbage. We recycle, but how is that benefiting us as far as finances go, especially to the elderly that own homes, and we have to already budget our monies every month to pay our mortgage, rent, and other obligations. And every year, it seems that
Thank you, ma'am.
Pardon?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was a whole minute?
Sir?
Yes, good morning. My name is Larry Ventura. I'm here representing the 42nd Fighter Wing and Colonel Kelly. Here just quickly to speak on the Naranja Lake CRA expansion area study, item 5. First and foremost, this morning.
Sir, I didn't call your name, did I?
No, I was asking if I should come up or wait to
You
be
should not
called,
come
and
up.
they kind of, no?
Nope.
I apologize, I'll
You're
leave.
on a public hearing item?
Yes, I signed
Right
up
now-
downstairs, so I
yeah,
didn't know.
Right now, we're in reasonable opportunity.
My apologies.
No, you're good, but that's why I'm asking. All right, that's all the names I have in reasonable opportunity. And I don't see anyone jumping up out of their seat, so with that, reasonable opportunity is now closed. And Madam Attorney, is there an order to set the agenda? Do you have some changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do. 1 second, please.
On the pull list?
I have the following preliminary matters. Item 2B10, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, add this item to the poll list. 2B11, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Cohen-Higgins are adding this item to the poll list. 3B1 and 3B1 substitute, Commissioner Gonzalez, add this item to the poll list. 8L5, this item is a zoning item and it's being added to the poll list. 8P3, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Higgins are adding this item to the poll list. 8P5, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, add this item to the poll list. Mr. Chair, 11A2 is being pulled by Commissioner Bastien for an amendment. She's the only pulling commissioner. Would you like for me to read it now?
Please.
Commissioner Bastien moves to amend item 11A2 to include an additional directive that the mayor or mayor's designee identify in the administration's recommendation any effects or constraints given income levels and family size, and incorporate solutions to minimize such effects or constraints as applicable. So with the setting of the agenda, 11A2 will be approved as amended. 11A4, Senator Garcia is adding this item to the poll list. 11A8, Senator Garcia adds this item to the poll list. 14A3, Commissioner Bastien pulls this item. 15B1, Commissioner Higgins is adding this item to the poll list. And Commissioner McGee is adding this item to the poll list. One minute, please. I also have the additional pulls by Commissioner Regalado. She's adding her name to 2B10 and 2B11. She's also pulling item 3B2. She's adding 8L4 to the pull list. She's adding 8 and 8 to the pull list. She's adding her name to 8P5, and she's pulling item 11A1. And Commissioner McGee is adding his name to the pull for 15B1. In addition, Commissioner Higgins is not a pulling commissioner on 8P3, but is adding item 8P4 to the pull list. I also have additional requests for co-sponsorship. 1D2, Senator Garcia. 2B7, Commissioner Steinberg. 11A2 and 11A3, Commissioner Steinberg. 11A4, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. 11A8, 11A9, 11A10, 11A11, 11A12, and 11A13 are all co-sponsored by Senator Garcia. 14A5, Senator Garcia and Commissioner Bastien. And Commissioner Gonzalez, co-sponsor on 11A13. The items to be considered at today's meeting will be those listed in the printed final agenda with the additions, deferrals, withdrawals, and scrivener's errors noted in the chairman's memorandum and the items I just mentioned. The commission will approve all these items by a single vote setting the agenda except ordinances for first reading, public hearings, ordinances set for second reading. Item 8P2, a commercial service airport contract, which must be voted on separately and is not on your pull list. Item 8L5, which is a zoning item that was added to the pull list, and the following pull list items. 2B10, 2B11, 3B1 and its substitute, 3B2, 8L4, 8L5, 8N8, 8P3, 8P4, 8P5, 11A1, 11A2, 11A4, 11A8, 14A1, 14A2 and its supplement, 14A3. Mr. Chair, 14A4 is a public hearing item, so I'll read that with the other public hearings. 14A5 is a first reading. I will read that with the first reading items. 15B1, 11A2 will be approved with the sending of the agenda as amended. I also have some additional issues here. Yes, I have a bifurcation of 14A5 at the appropriate time by Commissioner Gilbert. That's a first reading item. And I have 14A3, Garcia is a co-sponsor, not correct. So with all of that, a motion to set the agendas in order.
Yeah, that's a lot. All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Chair. All in favor of setting the agenda with all of those pulling?
Mr. Chair, sorry, I'd like to co-sponsor 11A13, if you allow me. And then I'd like to co-sponsor 1D2, 1D3, and 1D4 as well.
Any other co-sponsorships or pulls for the good of the order?
Thank you.
Commissioner Higgins?
Would you like me to do the airport items and other things?
Yes, let's approve the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show the agenda here set. Commissioner Higgins, you're recognized for the airport item.
8P2 is the only airport item, is that correct? So I move that?
Yes, AP2.
All right, show AP2 moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Right, show it pass.
There's, I think, 3 14s that have not been pulled and aren't public hearing, 14A1, 14A2, and 14A2 supplement, is that correct?
Yes, the two that have not been pulled are 14A1 and 14A2 in its supplement.
Okay, I move those.
All right, show them moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay.
And I'm the only pulling commissioner on 8P4, so if you want to move the item, I just want to be recorded as a no.
Okay, show it moved by Commissioner Gilbert, seconded by Commissioner, by the Vice Chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item passed. And show the item passed. All right. Are we?
Mr. Chair, I also have an additional co-sponsorship request, just for the record, Senator Garcia on 14A3.
So Senator Garcia co-sponsoring 14A3. All right, can we move into first reading items? He's not even here, but he's co-sponsoring things. You know? He's always here. He's always here. All right, Commissioner Gilbert. I'm sorry. Because you stop distracting me. All right, first reading items?
Yes, I will read all of them together, if that's.
That's my preference.
4A is ordinance relating to the Children's Trust, amending Chapter 2, Article 103 of the Code, revising membership of the governing board and term limits to conform to amendments to Section 125901 Florida statutes, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 4B is an ordinance relating to the Rapid Transit System Development Zone, amending Section 33C2 of the code, amending the Metro Mover subzone of the Rapid Transit Zone to add certain private properties, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 4C is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded on the north by theoretical Southwest 346th Street, on the east by Southwest 177 Avenue, on the south by theoretical Southwest 352 Street, and on the west by Transportation Corridor, known and described as Ocean Gate Village Multipurpose Maintenance Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor designate to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. 4D is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded on the north by Southwest 294th Street, on the east by Harriet Tubman Highway, on the south by Southwest 296th Street, Avocado Drive, and on the west by theoretical Southwest 164 Place, known and described as Magnolia Point Multipurpose Maintenance and Street Lighting Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and to provide for the installation of streetlights, approving a street lighting agreement with Homestead Energy Services, and authorizing the mayor or designee to execute the agreement, waiving provisions of resolution number R-13006, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. 4E is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded on the north by Southwest 353 Street, Southwest 8th Street, on the east by Southwest 185 Avenue, Southwest 9 Avenue, and on the south by theoretical Southwest 354 Street, and on the west by Southwest 187 Avenue, South Redland Road, Southwest 10th Avenue, known and described as Pine Mesa Multipurpose Maintenance Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. 4F is an ordinance relating to zoning and environmental protection, amending sections 33-1, 36.1, 279, 24-5, 24-18, 24-43.1, 15-1, 15-17, 15-17.1, and 15-18 of the code, creating section 24-47.1 of the code, providing for administrative zoning approval process for certain composting uses in the AU zoning district under certain circumstances and subject to certain conditions and requirements, revising definitions, revising provisions relating to zoning administrative adjustments to include certain setbacks related to composting in the AU zoning district, revising requirements related to uses that shall be served by public water and public sanitary sewers, and creating exception for composting facilities that have an approved environmental control plan, creating provisions related to composting facilities and environmental control plans, revising provisions related to operating permits, and creating provisions related to community composting facilities, providing for preliminary operating permit approval pursuant to Chapter 24 under certain circumstances for composting facilities, creating Department of Solid Waste Management hauler permit for composting haulers, and providing for requirements for such composting haulers, requiring report and recommendations related to solid waste hauler permits, requiring expedited review under certain circumstances, requiring composting solutions to be negotiated and if possible included in future solid waste procurements to the extent consistent with applicable law, making technical changes, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 4G is an ordinance relating to Miami-Dade County Comprehensive Development Master Plan, providing disposition of application number CDMP 2025-001, located at the southwest corner of the intersection of Northeast 149th Street and Northeast 6th Avenue, filed by Northeast 6th Avenue, Inc. in the January 2025 cycle to amend the county's Comprehensive Development Master Plan, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. 4H is an ordinance relating to Miami-Dade County Comprehensive Development Master Plan, providing disposition of application number CDMP 2024-14, located between Southwest 157th Avenue and 159th Avenue, and between Southwest 276th Street and Southwest 280th Street, filed by Lennar Homes LLC in the October 2024 cycle to amend the county's Comprehensive Development Master Plan, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. 4I is an ordinance relating to conflict of interest in Code of Ethics ordinance, amending Section 2-11.1 of the Code of Miami-Dade County, Florida, revising provision relating to prohibition on transacting business with the county, providing exception to voting conflict provision for certain circumstances where there is a unity of interest between the county and a county-owned entity, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date. 14A5 is an ordinance creating Chapter 2, Article 1D of the Code, establishing the Miami-Dade CBO Trust Fund and CBO Trust Fund deduction to be applied to eligible county purchases, providing legislative intent and purpose, directing the county mayor or county mayor's designee to provide reports to the board, and providing severability, inclusion in and exclusion from the code, and an effective date. Those are your first reading items. I have a request to bifurcate item 14A5 by Commissioner Gilbert. Oh, no, you do not want to bifurcate. Okay. Those are your first reading items.
Any other bifurcations on first reading items? Seeing none, do I have a motion? It's been moved by Commissioner Gilbert, seconded by Commissioner Bastien. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Bastien.
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
4.
Commissioner Gilbert. Commissioner Gonzalez.
4.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins.
Yes.
Commissioner Milian Orbis.
Yes.
Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Steinberg. Vice Chairman McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right.
Madam. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner.
Two things. Item 4I has a companion item that's a resolution that's on committee this week. They don't really make sense for final reading unless they come together, so I was wondering if this particular one could skip committee and go to the October 7th BCC along with the item that will also, they travel together.
So if the one that we're seeing today can go
Correct.
to October 7th?
To October 7th.
Okay.
Because the accompanying item that goes with it, the reso, is on committee this week, and this way they'll both travel and be approved and can be explained together.
Okay, I don't see an issue with that. Is there any?
So I would just need to make a motion to suspend the rules to do that, so the attorneys could read that if that's okay with you.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, Commissioner Higgins moves to suspend the board's rules of procedure requiring committee review as to item 4I, an ordinance pertaining to ethics, set the public hearing and second reading for this item at the October 7th Board of County Commissioners meeting, direct the clerk of the board to publish all necessary notices, and amend item 15B1 accordingly.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Higgins. It's been seconded by.
What, I'm sorry. Just some questions about what we're doing, real quick.
You're recognized, Commissioner Gilbert.
What item are we waiving out of?
4I.
4I.
What is 4I?
So, 4I, I'm sorry to, 4I is an item which we went to the State Ethics Commission on in order to deal with about 16 housing properties to comply with HUD rules. So we have gotten a positive response from the Ethics Commission at the state level. As a result, we need to make a minor modification to our ethics code, which has already been approved by our ethics code, so that we can comply with HUD. I have an accompanying item that is going to be heard at Housing Committee. The two items don't make sense unless they're discussed together. So that's why I'm asking on October 7th if they come together in front of the full board at the same meeting. These are non-controversial items. The state has already approved them. Our ethics folks have approved them. And after the Housing Committee, you'll understand how important this is to PHCD.
I'll second the item.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Higgins. It's been seconded by Commissioner Gilbert. We'll still see this item, guys. This is just for it to pair up with the item in committee. With that, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Voice vote, right?
That is a voice vote just on the motion that I read for Commissioner Higgins. I don't know if we did a roll call on all the first readings, if we can confirm with the clerk. We did?
Do a roll call. Yep.
Okay, we did. Thank you.
All right, with that, let's move into public hearing items, Madam Attorney.
Yes, and Mr. Chair, I just wanted, for the record, a supplement has been distributed to your first public hearing item. It's item 5A. That supplement needs to be added to the agenda. You should all have a copy at the dais.
Yes, I do have the copy.
Before I read it, may I May we just have a motion to add the supplement to the agenda, please?
Yes, the Vice Chair moves to add the supplement to the agenda. It's seconded by Commissioner Bastien. All in favor of adding the supplement to the agenda item, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item supplemented. Right?
And would you like for me to read all the public hearings together?
Please do.
Item 5A is a resolution relating to the expansion of the Naranja Lakes Community Redevelopment Area, finding and declaring certain geographic area to be a slum or blighted area, and that the rehabilitation, conservation, or redevelopment, or a combination thereof is necessary, and requesting the Naranja Lakes Community Redevelopment Agency competitively select a consultant to amend the community redevelopment plan to include the expansion area and to submit such amended plan to this board for its approval. And 5A supplement. 5B is a resolution approving the issuance by Arizona Industrial Development Authority of its revenue bonds in one or more series in an amount not to exceed $13 million for the benefit of True North Classical Academy, Inc. 5C is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded on the north by Northwest 62nd Street, on the east by theoretical Northwest 100 Place, on the south by theoretical Northwest 61 Street, and on the west by Northwest 102 Avenue, known and described as Flightway at Doral Center Street Lighting Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. And 5C1 is a corresponding resolution transferring the special taxing district to the city of Doral. 5D is an ordinance amending ordinance number 0859 related to the Redlands Cove Estates Street Lighting Special Taxing District, expanding the boundaries of the district to add contiguous properties to be generally bounded as amended on the north by Southwest 276th Street, on the east by Southwest 155 Avenue, on the south by Southwest 280 Street, and on the west by Southwest 157 Avenue, Newton Road, adding multipurpose maintenance services to the district and renaming the district to be known and described as Redlands Cove Estates Multipurpose Maintenance and Street Lighting Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and to provide for the installation of streetlights, approving a street lighting agreement with Florida Power and Light, and authorizing the mayor or designee to execute the agreement, waiving provisions of resolution number R-13006, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. And 5D1 is the corresponding resolution approving, adopting, confirming the revised assessment roll for the district. 5E is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded on the north by Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, on the east by Southwest 187 Avenue, Redland Road, on the south by Southwest 316th Street, Palmetto Street, and on the west by Southwest 189 Avenue, known and described as Rancho Grande Subdivision Multipurpose Maintenance and Street Lighting Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor's designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and to provide for the installation of streetlights, approving a street lighting agreement with Homestead Energy Services, and authorizing the mayor designee to execute the agreement, waiving provisions of resolution number R-13006, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. 5E1 is the corresponding resolution approving, adopting, confirming a preliminary assessment roll for the district. 5F is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded on the north by theoretical Southwest 162nd Street, on the east by Southwest 147 Avenue, Naranja Road, on the south by theoretical Southwest 163rd Terrace, and on the west by Southwest 148 Avenue, known and described as Salerno East Subdivision Multipurpose Maintenance and Street Lighting Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor's designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and to provide for the installation of streetlights, approving a street lighting agreement with Florida Power and Light, and authorizing the county mayor or mayor's designee to execute the agreement, waiving provisions of resolution number R-13006, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. And 5F1 is the corresponding resolution approving, adopting, confirming the preliminary assessment roll for the district. 5G is an ordinance creating and establishing a special taxing district in the county, generally bounded on the north by Southwest 280th Street, Walden Drive, on the east by Southwest 147 Avenue, Naranja Road, on the south by theoretical Southwest 282 Street, and on the west by Southwest 147 Court, known and described as Naranja Grand and Naranja Grand 2 Multipurpose Maintenance and Street Lighting Special Taxing District, identifying services to be provided, authorizing and directing the mayor designee to cause to be maintained and operated various public improvements, and to provide for the installation of streetlights, approving a street lighting agreement with Florida Power and Light, and authorizing the mayor's designee to execute the agreement, waiving provisions of resolution number R-13006, and providing for exclusion from the code and an effective date. And 5G1 is the corresponding resolution approving, adopting, confirming a preliminary assessment roll for the district. 5H is an ordinance granting petition of Black Creek Community Development District generally bounded as amended on the north by theoretical Southwest 225 Street, Canal C 102 North Extension, on the east by Southwest 127 Avenue, on the south by theoretical Southwest 238 Street, and on the west by theoretical Southwest 133rd Court, amending the boundaries of the district to expand its total acreage by approximately 10.6 acres, providing severability exclusion from the code and an effective date. 5I is an ordinance granting petition of Lennar Homes LLC for establishment of a community development district generally bounded on the north by Southwest 312th Street, Campbell Drive, on the east by Southwest 187 Avenue, Redland Road, on the south by Southwest 316th Street, Palmetto Drive, and on the west by Southwest 189 Avenue, creating and establishing Rancho Grande Community Development District, providing for name, powers, and duties, providing description and boundaries, providing initial members of Board of Supervisors, accepting proffer declaration of restrictive covenants, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. And 5I supplement. 5J is a resolution granting petition to close a portion of Northwest 12th Avenue from Northwest 79th Street North for approximately 82 feet. 5K is a resolution granting petition to close the alley lying west of Northwest 22 Avenue from Northwest 41st Street South for approximately 142 feet. 5L is a resolution granting petition to close Southwest 152 Avenue from Southwest 352 Street South for approximately 2,106 feet, and Southwest 157 Avenue from Southwest 352 Street South for approximately 1,303 feet. 5M is a resolution granting petition to vacate a portion of Southwest 48th Street from Southwest 227 Avenue to Southwest 224 Avenue, a portion of Southwest 224 Avenue from Southwest 408th Street North for approximately 1,986 feet, and a portion of Southwest 227 Avenue from Southwest 408th Street North for approximately 662 feet. 5N is a resolution approving the plat of Abbas filed by TPGAG EHC3 Len Multi-State 1 LLC. 5O is a resolution approving the plat of Naranja Grand. 5P is a resolution approving the plat of Century Estates North. 5Q is a resolution approving the plat of Princeton Landings. 5R is a resolution approving the plat of Naranja Grand 2. 5S is a resolution approving the waiver of plat of MJRFL Holdings LLC. 5T is a resolution approving the waiver of plat of 251 Northeast 116 Holdings LLC. 5U is a resolution approving the plat of Gould's Paradise. 5V is an ordinance adopting and ratifying non-ad valorem assessment rolls, rates, and assessments for the solid waste collection service area of Miami-Dade County, Florida, commencing October 1, 2025, providing severability, exclusion from the code, and an effective date. And 14A4 is a resolution approving as a government facility expansion of the Integrated Command and Communication Center at the Lightspeed facility. These are all of your public hearing items. I do have a couple of requests to bifurcate at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any bifurcations?
Yes, I have a request, I believe, from Commissioner McGee to bifurcate item 5A and its supplement, as well as items 5V by Commissioner Gonzalez and Commissioner Regalado. I don't know if you have any speaker cards for any of these public hearing items.
Okay, I do. So we're going to go ahead and open up public hearing now. I only have 2 individuals signed up to speak on these public hearing items. When I call your name, please, there's only 2, so each one take one of the podiums, state the item you're speaking on, your name and address, and you have a minute. Vicky Millet and Lawrence Ventura. Lawrence Ventura, Larry, and Victoria.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you. Good morning, Chairman, Commission. The Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust is 111 Northwest 1st Street, Executive Director of the Miami-Dade County Homeless Trust. I'm speaking on item 5A. Just want to say we support the expansion of the CRA of the Naranja Lakes Community Redevelopment Area. We've had a presence on former Homestead Air Reserve-based property in this area for more than 30 years. We have emergency housing, transitional housing, and permanent supportive housing on this site. Last year, we served more than 1,100 individuals in this area. 1 in 5 were 55 years of age and over. We have seen the encampments around our property firsthand. We have worked with the safety and security challenges in the area. We have toured the abandoned buildings and deteriorating sites around us. We have worked to get people into micro enterprises and have a hard time struggling with supporting their dreams and goals for employment and entrepreneurship. We see the blight. We also see the potential for development and redevelopment. We know we need affordable housing, particularly low-income housing for seniors in this area. We need vibrant businesses, and we need activated spaces. So we support the item. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Larry, now's your turn, my man.
I'm so sorry. I apologize for that.
perfectly-
Thank you for walking in late.
Perfectly fine.
All right, so Larry Ventura, I am representing Colonel Kelly again and Homestead Air Reserve Base. We had written a letter to the BCC requesting deferral of the Naranja Lakes expansion area. Our objection was based on factors including Florida statute, property owned or being utilized by the U.S. military, most importantly, and what we believe would be housing constructed on the property turned over to the county for economic development. First and foremost, as of this morning, the map which showed the CRA boundaries has been edited to remove all property owned or utilized by the U.S. military. Additionally, we've been assured by county attorney and the area commissioner that the purpose of the CRA is to clean up blighted areas and that the CRA does not include any land use or zoning changes, and that any such changes would have to come before the PAB and the BCC, while also permitting installation commander comments to be considered in accordance with Florida statute. That said, the base is comfortable with the changes, as well as assured by the commissioner that there will be better communication with the base in the future, and that any area development within the mission area footprint will be shared in advance. That said, we'll request that our request for deferral be removed.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Appreciate that. All right, with that, public hearing is now closed.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Garcia.
may I pull 5S and 5T just for a no vote?
5S.
Bifurcate.
I mean, is that,
Would you like me to move them?
let's go ahead and move those. And first of all, any other bifurcations? We have 5A, we have 5B.
5V is in
5V,
Victor.
yep, 5V, yep. Okay,
And 5S and T.
and 5S and 5T. All right, so go ahead and Commissioner Higgins moves 5S and 5T, seconded by the Vice Chair. And Madam Clerk, please, do I need a roll call here? Yep. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. No, I don't, right? It's all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. All right, show 5S and 5T passed. Commissioner Higgins moves the remainder of the items that were not bifurcated. Seconded by Commissioner Cohen Higgins. And I'm sure there is some ordinances in there, so clerk, please call the roll. Yeah, as amended.
Commissioner Cohen Higgins.
4.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert. I'm sorry? Commissioner Gonzalez.
4.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Milian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado. Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastien.
Yes.
Vice Chairman McGee. Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Commissioner Vice Chair McGee, you're recognized on 5A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have a quick video, it shouldn't take that long, that I would like to put on the screen rather quickly, which complements what we've heard from the podium in our public hearing portion. So, Brandon, if you can go ahead and just put that video up for me really quickly.
All right, we see the video. Is there sound to it or no?
No, it's no sound.
All right, we see the video.
What you're seeing, Mr. Chairman, Brandon, continue the video, and I'll just talk through it. What you're seeing is a location that sits directly outside of our base's fence line. The Homestead Air Reserve Base, as many of you know, has always been, and my goal is to continue to make it the diamond of the South. Unfortunately, when Hurricane Andrew came into our community, it disrupted everything from services to jobs and relocating families of our armed forces. Since Hurricane Andrew, that particular area hasn't seen a facelift. The reality of it is as we sit here today, literally outside of the fence line of the Homestead Air Reserve Base, sits high poverty, high crime, high unemployment, and a desolate park. What I am essentially doing today is basically giving our Homestead Air Reserve Base the facelift, the curb appeal that it desperately needs. In addition to that, I'm also addressing what we've heard earlier today about poverty, crime, high unemployment, and the desolate park. What I've done here is essentially created a map. In this map, I've identified those county parcels or those parcels that the county has control over that are contributing to the high poverty, the high crime, the high unemployment, and the desolate park. So here what I'm asking my colleagues to do is support me in helping me rid that area of that high poverty, that high crime, that high unemployment, and desolate park. What we've included in this is an area called Pine Islands 1 and 2. That is a very high crime area. It's a housing, It's a housing complex that's ran by public housing. That area has a high crime rate. As it relates to the poverty in the area, you've heard earlier that the Homeless Trust does control over 71 acres in that area, and we do have individuals who are sleeping outside of the fence because the Homeless Trust is in desperate need, along with Camilla's House and Chapman Partnership, for more resources to help those who are unhoused and those who are in need of medical assistance as it relates to mental health. As it relates to the high unemployment, outside of the Homestead Air Reserve Base, we have untold amount of illegal dumping that occurs there, trees that have grown and bushes that have grown untamed for years. What my vision is, along with the community leaders from that area, is for us to bring in, like the Greater Miami Service Corps, to give young people jobs and opportunities between the ages of 18 and 29 to go in there and beautify the area so that we can deal with one of the most pressing issues in the South Dade area, and that is finding employment for our youth who have found themselves mostly and most oftenly blocked out of the economy. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, this is an opportunity for us to also assist with Miami-Dade County Public Schools. There's a school literally right across the street from the base, and that school is called Mandarin Lakes. That school is literally located across the street in walking distance, no more than about 10 to 15 feet from the Homeless Trust and from a park. Why did I bring those things up and put them in the same vein? The reason why I brought them up and I put them in the same vein is because our kids need the safety and the security and the serenity to know that their educational endeavors would not be impacted. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, I can just simply say this. This is an opportunity for us to give the base an opportunity to showcase the diamond that we all know that has contributed so much to our community. Originally, when I brought this to the Appropriations Committee, I pretty much looked at my entire community along with my community leaders. We drove the area, and we were going to put the entire area in there. But what we decided to do was, along with the community leaders and the pastors and the clergy there, was identify those issues that are currently right now driving up the crime rate, the poverty rate, the unemployment, and the desolation as relates to our park that hasn't been touched in ways that to bring about a happy place where people can congregate with their families. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, that's the item, and I hope my member, the board would be willing to support it.
All right, the Vice Chair moves item 5A.
Mr. Chair,
Seconded. Go ahead, Commissioner.
if I may, first off, I want to congratulate you on this, man. I want to congratulate you on this. I want to thank you for what you're doing for the South. Specifically, I'm also going to ask you to co-sponsor that satellite bill because you're talking about real paying jobs and a real difference for the South and the Southwest. So I just wanted to thank you, and I want to know if perhaps I can co-sponsor this with you.
Yes, I'll be honored.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With that, Commissioner Gonzalez, you second the motion? All right, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Any further discussion on Commissioner Bastien?
Yes, I also would like to co-sponsor. Vice Chair, congratulations.
So, Commissioner
Great
Bastien,
job. I also would like to co-sponsor.
Thank you. And it's going to be based on the supplement, as amended with the supplement.
Of course. Commissioner Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Vice Chair, this is an interesting initiative. I feel it prudent for us to actually acknowledge things in contemporaneously now, right? So what we do is we have votes on this dais every meeting that affects the general fund. And then we pretend like the only time we knew about it was at budget time. Now, Commissioners and Vice Chairman, I'll support the item. But those pictures I thought were horrible. And let me just say, we could have done things to remedy that stuff as a county. It was our obligation to do something as the county to remedy that situation. This is something we should have fixed, we should have addressed decades ago. As horrible as that stuff is, what you see when it applies to the increment financing structure that comes with CRAs are right now is basically going to be valued at zero. All the increase will go to a CRA as opposed to coming to the general fund. I only point that out because the general fund is the place that we have the problem. And so I'm comfortable with the vote because I think that the vice chairman, rightfully so, is being an advocate and a voice for his residents. And he realized the county didn't meet its obligations. So we have areas like this, specifically in his area, Keon's area, where the county has not met their obligations. And so we create CRAs, which have basically the same powers that the county has, but they're just focused on remedying slum and blight. Okay, we can do that. We can do that here, but let's do that with our eyes wide open, understanding that this isn't a different conversation than our budget conversation. It's going to be, so when this property improves, and it will improve, because his CRAs are very dedicated to improving areas, it is going to improve. The increased value is not coming to the general fund. And I'm going to vote for this item, but I just want to, I'm going to say this, literally this is going to be a footnote on everything that affects the general fund, because one of the things that bothers me is that we get brand new when it's time to have millage conversations. We get brand new when it's time to have fee conversations, as though we don't take votes every other Tuesday or Wednesday that affects the millage and the budget, and we in fact do. So I'll support the item. I think that it's going to be very successful. I just wanted us to know that that is what's going to happen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, and then Commissioner Regalado, then Commissioner Hardiman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the sponsoring commissioner for bringing an item that clearly has the intention of cleaning up an area that needs to be cleaned up. And I appreciate the supplement, which, if I'm not mistaken, fully removes the subject area that is at issue for our Homestead Air Reserve Base. So I appreciate those amendments. But I can't support the item, and here's the reason why. And it's really kind of piggybacking on what our former chairman just mentioned, we can't have everything we want all the time. We have to, as a board, at some point say we cannot afford this. And what I mean is, when we have areas that need help and need work, we as commissioners, we are the county. We are the county. Some of us have been sitting here for as long as 5 years. We are the representatives of that area. And when there is an issue there, it's on us to figure out ways to remedy it without siphoning dollars out of our general fund, which is already extraordinarily strained, and putting millions of dollars into the hands of other individuals. I think we're fully capable of remedying these issues ourselves without the expansion of a CRA. And moreover, just in February of this year, when I was the former chair of the Appropriations Committee, we had a discussion item about CRAs and the dollar that comes from our general fund and gets invested in these CRAs. And in that memo, our administration said, as a result of the looming financial challenges, in the event any new requests come in for the expansion or the additions of CRAs, I'm asking that you and your staff continue to provide a full financial impact analysis so that the Board of County Commissioners is fully apprised of the cost of the expansion of the CRA program. And I'm directing that OMB prepare a report within 14 days to the mayor's office outlining the current and future financial impact to the county in light of the growing pressure on our budget. It is no secret that our budget is under extraordinary pressure. The idea of siphoning additional general fund dollars and placing it into the expansion of a CRA, I think the timing could not be worse. And I think that until we explore other ways to achieve the exact same end, it would be very irresponsible of us to pass an item of this sort, especially in light of the fact that there is no financial or fiscal impact statement associated with it. And I understand that this is not the final stop for 5A. I understand that there will be another final item that comes before us that I believe, and I could be wrong to the attorneys, that it's mandatory to have a financial impact statement. But we can't make decisions in a silo anymore. We have to understand that this decision financially has millions of dollars of impact on our general fund, and we can't talk out of both sides of our mouth on these issues anymore. We simply don't have that luxury. So I love the intention. Anything I can do and my office can do to help clean up that area within our general fund, you have my full support, but I cannot support the expansion of a CRA at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner from District 7.
Thank you. I want to echo some of the concerns brought up by Commissioner Gilbert, and we'll talk about it when we go through some of the budget memos that some of us pulled. But it concerns me that some members of this board, when we talk about the budget, are saying that they didn't know that there was a deficit, that no one told them, that they don't know where the money went. And some people are even saying that, you know, the money was stolen, that there's malfeasance, that there's mismanagement. The money gets spent. It gets spent on this dais. These are the items. You have an obligation under the state of Florida to read your agenda. If you do or if you don't, that's on you. No one has to tell you what's here. You got staff, you got time. If you choose not to educate yourself, it is a choice that you make willingly and knowingly. So I think today and tomorrow we're going to speak a lot about the misinformation that people are putting out there. And I get it. It's clickbait. It's sexy. That's what people want to hear. People want to hear that government doesn't work. People want to hear that government is incompetent. People want to hear that government doesn't know what it's doing. So that being said, on the CRAs, I think that it's important, as Commissioner Gilbert mentioned, to understand that this does draw from the general fund. In terms of the impact that it has to the maker, I would just say that you need to be very careful with the layering of these things, because our first problem is the general fund and taking from the general fund, and we do that at every meeting. But there is also a level of control that we lose here, because we're not the ones making those decisions. Outside of a CRA, we make those decisions year by year. Once this money goes into a CRA, we have some representation, but we don't have the level of control that we have. We can't curtail 1 year, you know, and then spend another year. It is what it is, and that money is gone to us. And it also limits what you could do for transportation and other things. Commissioner Higgins did bring an item that now forces CRAs to contribute to transportation. So my question is, what is this CRA's contribution to transportation to date? And what is the plan? And is there a way that we can augment that? Because I get the slum and blight. I understand that we need to do something, you know, but we have competing interests. We have a transit, you know, department that's in free fall. We have CBOs. We have all these things. We cannot be everything to everyone. We got to choose. We got to make choices. So there is an opportunity as you move forward with the second piece of this item to ensure what the transit commitment is going to be and how that can help us plug a hole in that department, which is also taking from the general fund. So I'm happy to support you. I know that you want to do good work, and I appreciate that you put in the time to do that good work. I would just caution you to look closely at the many levels of impact that this can have. because you can't draw once, twice, 3 times, right? So if you decide to draw and focus on the infrastructure piece, so be it. But make sure that there's a contribution to transit, that this CRA is contributing to those other departments and making those investments in a way that works for the county. Not that it's just a take situation, because that's happened. And I will tell you, some CRAs do it well. Kiana's done a wonderful job, with the Overtown CRA. They made an enormous commitment, to transit. So it can be done. You just have to have the desire to do it. And I think that would be my recommendation for this item. I'm happy to support, but again, I think we need to be cautious in terms of how many times, how often we do this, and the parameters associated with it. These things need to be tight. I'm not against CRAs. There are some CRAs that are tighter than others. The Midtown CRA is a prime example of a tight CRA. That was an infrastructure CRA. No one's siphoning anything from there. But other ones have tended to be problematic, would be an easy way to put it. So not all CRAs are created equal. And I would tell you that an expansion is an opportunity to create vehicles that allow for the accountability that we all want. So thank you.
I have Commissioner Hardiman, but Vice Chair, you want to respond to the transportation portion?
Yeah. I'll wait until.
Okay, Commissioner Hardiman, you're recognized.
For a CRA to work, you need areas that are doing well within the CRA boundaries and areas that are not doing well. So, for instance, in Overtown, the reason why the Overtown CRA works is because it's properly titled the Southeast Overtown Park West Community Redevelopment Agency. The Park West area is the area that you are used to seeing that is closest to the Miami Heat Arena. And so when you look at those parcels actually generate a great deal of tax revenue. But when you think about the Miami World Center area and how it's such a wonderful place, but 10 years ago, it wasn't that. 10 years ago, it was a bunch of vacant lots that we had within our community redevelopment agency, and we were leveraging the revenue that they would create if it were to be built, and gave them back a tax incentive for them to develop that project. That project, for instance, was supposed to be an indoor mall. I'm glad it changed to what it became, because I think it's more conducive to a neighborhood where you can walk around. It's sort of like the design district area. And so what I'm saying to you is that the revenue that comes from there is contributing back into the Overtown area. And that's what gives the Overtown area an opportunity to have affordable housing, economic development, to invest in the infrastructure, to allow businesses to begin and to also flourish in those areas. Miami-Dade County wasn't doing that. The city of Miami was not doing that. And so I remember when the Red Rooster came to the Overtown area, if you would have seen the water line and the sewage lines that they needed to connect to, if you had a full circle, 95% of that circle was full with clothing and shoes and trash. And it was impossible for any business, let alone a multi-million-dollar business, to be able to exist in that space. And so all of that was being able to be taken care of because of the CRA. And so there are people who have this sort of mindset that CRAs take from something. CRAs don't take from anything. CRAs give. The same way that the budget is affected on the county level, it is affected on the CRA level. What I mean by that is this. You look at it as like, oh, they're taking money from the general fund. And that could be money spent elsewhere. And that's precisely the problem. The money has always been spent elsewhere. The reason why slums exist is because people like us who sit on these types of boards have said, hey, well, we need that money over here. And they neglected the areas that did not generate as much revenue. And so those areas went in further decline and became more of a liability. It becomes a liability not only in public safety, in our investment in public safety, but also in public infrastructure, in health and health outcomes. And it becomes a problems with the affordability of housing or the lack thereof. I mean, these areas become desolate in a way that you just never seen before. And then you look at what happens when a CRA exists and they take those revenues and invest it back into those areas. They become things that you can brag about. So today you can brag about Miami World Center. Sure, the Falcone family, they made some investment, but the CRA invested nearly $100 million of tax revenue in order to make that a reality. Without that, during the onset of COVID, those projects would not come into fruition. When you look at the Publix that's in Overtown now, that would not have come into fruition without the CRA. You look at Tri-Rail coming into the Overtown area through the Brightline station, that would not have come through without a contribution from the CRA. When you look at all the new housing that's been built, that is affordable, that is workforce, that exists in that area, it would not be possible without the contribution. And so the contribution is money that would have went to the general fund, yes, but it would have been spent elsewhere. You know, maybe it would have went towards some of the overtime that the corrections department has been using. I don't know. Maybe it would have went towards another project that didn't come into fruition, like somewhere up northwest. I don't know, major mall projects. But the point is that when you have a CRA, the CRA says, hey, we have a problem here. Let's dedicate the resources to fix it. It really gets a little old to continue to say you're taking from anyone. No, you're giving to a constituency. You're giving to people that have existed and that have had to deal with the worst conditions that our county has to offer. That's why they call it a slum. And, I try to make it very plain to people when people say, oh, you guys represent these areas and they frown upon certain areas that exist within CRAs and some that exist outside of CRAs. And I tell people all the time, like, for instance, Liberty City does not have a CRA, right? Liberty City has home ownership. Liberty City has high rental rate, high rates of rental, people living there. But I tell people, I said, no one can tell me how to try to make that community a better community because none of you have to deal with the stigma of having riots on the streets of Liberty City. When people think about Liberty City, they think about riots. And if you've had more than one, good luck. So good luck if I can convince Mickey Steinberg and her family to move to Liberty City, even though the ground is much higher, even though the property values are improving, even though, it's close to all these things that are going on. Good luck. Good luck. Because the first thing that comes to Mickey's mind, right, is riots. And so when you take funds and invest them in places that they're needed, that's a good thing. It's a healthy thing. None of you would allow your children, if they were suffering in school, they were behind, to continue to exist without giving them some sort of tutorage. You would get them additional help. And so what I appreciate about CRAs, and all I ask is that the sponsoring commissioner be cognizant of this. If you're going to expand boundaries, you need to continue to have areas that can give to those boundaries that need. And in the boundaries that need, you need to ensure that if you have property that is owned by the government, you need to move expeditiously to get it out of the hands of government. And what that means is turn those properties from things that don't give us revenue to things that do. So if you can partner with people that can bring economic development, if you can partner with people that can develop structures and buildings and such that will maximize the tax revenue in that space, then you're doing a good thing. But the longer that government has those properties and they don't do anything with those properties, that's the burden on the tax budget. That is what causes, for us to have not enough funds. But the quicker you move it to private hands, the quicker that area becomes a tax-dependent area to a tax-giving sort of area, because you have assets that are now paying into the into Miami-Dade County's tax revenues. And I'll say this in close, and then once the CRA has ended its life, and not all CRAs take everything from the county, they share. Like in Miami, we share with the city, we share with the county in our CRAs. But nevertheless, so that means that the tax revenue does continue to come into the county. But when the life of it is over, you're going to have significantly more tax revenue being generated from that area than would have if the CRA had not come into existence and invested in its properties. And so, yes, people are not happy when you have to have emergency care for someone that comes into your hospital who does not have the ability to pay. But when that person is happy, and when that person is healthy, and when that person is back on their feet, and then when they're contributing to our society by paying their tax revenue and making the conditions and the areas that they live in a better place to be, in the future, that person pays dividends. So yesterday they were indigent. Today they're gainfully employed and they give to Miami-Dade County. And that's how we should be looking at our CRAs in Miami-Dade County.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hardiman, thank you so much, because everything I wanted to reply with, you've stated it, and I'm going to move the item. But I also want to just say to Commissioner Regalado, the amount of money that we're giving towards transportation right now from that CRA is over $2 million in helping with getting folk to the north end out of the South Dade community. So you have my commitment. Again, this is public safety issue, public infrastructure, but more than anything is public dignity. So with that said, I move the item.
So the item moved, seconded by Commissioner Gonzalez. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show the item passed.
That was 5A as amended by the supplement.
Correct, yes. All right. 5B, Commissioner Gonzalez, you bifurcated
I think it's 5V
V as in boy?
Victor.
Or was it V? Oh, okay. So my mistake. All right. So is the next one V as in Victor? All right. Commissioner Gilbert, do you want to lead? Do you want to lead on it, or do you just want to move the item?
Chairman, I'll move the item. Look, we've discussed this just probably too many times. I mean, at this point, we've discussed it too many times. There was a young lady who spoke during public comment, the reasonable opportunity to be heard. This is interesting, because one of the things about government is that sometimes we conflate issues. And so our solid waste fee really has nothing to do with the services we provide CBOs, or the funding we provide CBOs, or our senior housing. Those things really aren't the same. I understand that government can be confusing, and sometimes we're a little misleading in how we speak, but this fee just keeps the system balanced. I am not in favor of raising the fee anything more than we need to actually keep the system balanced. One of the things that we had to fix last year was that commissions before us, in the face of rising costs that the system was paying out because of capital, because of human capital, the cost of gas, everything, they didn't actually raise the fee, and so we had to do a really big increase last year. The way you avoid doing really big increases in 1 year is to do relatively small increases every year. So to the extent that people think this is controversial, it's not. I put it just like you do your household budget, because we always like to talk in terms of household budgets. It cost me more to drive my car this year. My insurance went up, my gas went up. You know, I got hit with this silly maintenance bill, which I don't understand, from AutoNation, but it just cost me more to drive my car this year. Well, that happens, and we have a lot of cars. We have a lot of vehicles in solid waste. I gave my employees, they got a cost of living increase this year. 3%, because the cost of everything went up for them. Their rent went up, the groceries went up. So they got a 3% cost of living increase. Well, that 3% cost of living increase is the same cost of living increase that our employees get, that we agree to in collective bargaining agreements. I'm okay with, during the course of the year, working with the administration to adequately identify what we need to do to make the system and the services that we have reflective of what we want to pay. But once we decide on the services that we want to have, it's incumbent on us not to tell people you can have that and not pay for it. And that's part of the problematic paradigm that we find ourselves in, because people before us, voters are used to hearing this. You can have whatever you want and you don't have to really pay more. And if you pay more, you have to get more. Just fundamentally, that's not true, because the cost of providing things go up every year. So sometimes you have to pay more to actually get the exact same thing. It's like when you buy a loaf of bread, the bread went up. You didn't get an extra slice. They didn't put extra milk in that cart, and there wasn't, 13 eggs. It's still a dozen. They just went up. You're getting the same amount as a higher cost because the higher cost produce it. We face those same headwinds as a county. And so, but because of how we speak to the public about it, and because how the public has been spoken to about it in years past, they've come to believe that it's something that we can avoid. We really just can't avoid it. I understand how problematic a vote it is for some folks. So it's going to be what it is. But I'm just here to remind you that if you let the system get out of balance, the next year, hopefully all of us will still be here. The next year, you'll just face another headwind. So whatever it is, whatever Commissioner Regalado has planned to right-size the system, she's done some admirable work trying to reduce costs and increase revenue opportunities. I support that. Whatever it is, understand that it is going to be our problem next year, and it's going to be a problem that ultimately we may have to pass on to the public at a higher cost next year, which is what I'm trying to avoid. So with that, I'll hear the comments of my colleagues and take questions if necessary, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Commissioner Gilbert, with that, you move the item. Commissioner Regalado, you're recognized, and will you second it, or?
Let me speak.
You're recognized.
Thank you. First of all, Commissioner Gilbert, I want to thank you, and I want to thank the chair. We had a sunshine meeting on this and water and sewer, so I want to thank you for putting in the time. I think a lot of us talk about these issues, but you got to put in the time. You got to put in the time, and we've been able to make reductions. I want to thank Commissioner Gilbert. I mean, originally the ask was 3. We brought it down to 1. We worked with the department, and 1 works. So where we are right now, 1 works. I would just, ask you to consider a few more things. After our sunshine meeting, the chair said that he wanted us to see if we could do more. We don't want to impact services. We did bring up certain issues where there could have been more cuts. For example, water and sewer, as we'll discuss tomorrow, we took them, or if you want, you should watch a sunshine meeting so we don't have to discuss it tomorrow. We took them down, and there is no advertising costs. We got rid of the marketing, right? That is something that is not essential to the service. It is good to have when you are in a position where you can have it, but this is not that moment, right? There are, fat years and lean years. We're in a lean year. And what we're doing is reducing these departments so that they're focusing on providing the service. We understand the CPI. I understand that it costs more, but I don't think that we should have a conversation about raising rates until we've done everything that we can do. So my recommendation is, I did a little bit of research since our sunshine meeting, and I want staff to come up and talk about it. One of the big issues that we have is illegal dumping. I know that a lot of my colleagues and myself in unincorporated, we have issues with illegal dumping. So back to what Commissioner Gilbert was talking about, I've been finding different revenue sources, different ways to pay for this department and for these services. And we have not changed our illegal dumping fees since 2010. So let's talk about that. If I could have the director up a little bit to talk about illegal dumping and where the fees go and how it funds different services, because I know that when we had our sunshine meeting, one of the conversations was if we go below 1, that's one of the services that we would impact. And I know that that is a service that's near and dear to Commissioner Bastien, to Commissioner Gilbert, myself, like we, obviously Commissioner McGee. Illegal dumping is a problem, and it has a detrimental impact. So if you could tell us a little bit about the fees and our ability to raise them, because my understanding is, and just to confirm, that we haven't raised them since 2010, is what I was told.
Good morning, Anisha Daniel, Department Director for Solid Waste through the chair. Yes, so I'm actually still getting some information. As you know, those rates are, we pull those rates in, and then they go through the clerk of courts, and they're paid through the clerk of courts, and we get a portion of it, and a portion goes to the clerk of courts. What we've been able to find out just researching this morning, we were actually able to generate about $210,000 last year, and we're on mark to bring in about $200,000 this year from those code fines for illegal dumping.
Okay. So, Commissioner Gilbert, I bring that up because when we had our sunshine meeting, what did we say half a point was?
I'm sorry?
When we were dealing with the increase, we said that 0.5. What was the dollar amount on 0.5? For the increase. So the increase, the 1% increase, we went.
Yes. Oh,
yeah.
yes. The 1% increase is about 2.3, a little over 2.3, $2.4 million in generating revenue.
So about 1.1 was the.
So 1.1 was because we were looking at reducing it. And again, the feedback that I've been getting from residents is we talk about a $7 increase, and that doesn't sound like a lot. However, it does push the fee over $700. And that's kind of the shock that we're getting from residents. And I wish we could get to zero, but again, I don't want to impact services. So we've done everything that we can to reduce, the non-essential services. In terms of how much we collect, we're going to find out now from the clerk. How is this money used? You said that part of it is given to the clerk for the collecting of the fee, and part of it is given to solid waste. The part that goes to solid waste, you said $200,000 this year.
Yeah, $200,000 this year and 210 last year.
210 last year. And that goes directly to fund which part of the department?
Collections. And so we have 8 illegal dumping crews. Those illegal dumping crews actually go out and they actually pick up those illegal dumping piles. Enforcement also is a part of that operation as well. We have our crews, our enforcement officers that go out and do enforcement. They identify those sites. They also look at the amount of the size of the pile, and then they provide that information and they write those tickets. We also have education and outreach that we provide as well to make sure that individuals know dirty crimes carry fines, and then we're making sure that we can educate them on that.
So in the Sunshine meeting, we were talking about reducing that education funding, and seeing what we could do about the educational programming that this board has requested and directed solid waste to do. So I love education. I come from the school board, but again, I don't think this is the year for that. I think this is a year where we curtail that as much as possible so that we could get to the business of doing this work. So Commissioner Gilbert, what I would like you to consider is, I think that we can raise these fees, and I think that we can also add a CPI to these fees, right? So I think that we could do both, because the fact that we haven't changed this since 2010, illegal dumping, like everything else, gets more expensive. It gets more expensive every year. So I think that what we need to look at is raising these fees to a point where they can better fund the cost of the illegal dumping. Madam Director, can you give us the cost of that department, that part of the department that does illegal dumping?
Let me get that number for you. I don't have it handy.
Okay, if you can get that for us, that would be very helpful.
Just to clarify, for those that were maybe half asleep and just heard increasing fees, we're talking about
Fines, the fines. Yeah, increasing the fines for illegal dumping. It hasn't been increased since
breaking the law.
2010. Right.
that are violating the law and doing illegal dumping.
Right. And by the way, this is very similar to what we did in RER. Like, look, if we're going to look at all of it, we need to look at the fees. And if
Commissioner,
we
yield
have
for a second. Mr. Chairman, could you ask the audience to sit down or be quiet
and
or
in the-
leave the chamber?
In the back, take the conversations outside, find a seat, but certainly you can't continue speaking.
If you don't like talking about trash, you're going to be bored the next 2 days. So I think that this is an opportunity. Now, the question is, how much do we increase it? And to the attorneys, what is the process for that? Obviously, this is an ordinance. I think it's like Chapter 15. So from a timeline perspective, What would it take for us to do that?
Commissioner Regalado, I have been noting your comments as a legislative request. We will look to see if this can be done and how quickly it can be done for purposes of, I understood it to be you want to look at increasing the illegal dumping fines that are assessed. And I guess another question I would have is the reduction, which is a separate issue, of the funding of the educational campaigns, which is unrelated and can probably be done as part of your budget process.
Right. So, and I want to ask the director about that because during the Sunshine meeting, we'd asked her to put a price point on that. And again, I'm the first one that I'm all for the educational programming. I just don't think we should be spending money on that at this moment. So I think a combination of these two things could get us to lower this a little bit more. We're not impacting services. We're just tightening our belt as much as possible. And I think that's what our residents want. And that's what would make this board feel comfortable. And if anyone's going to bear the cost of illegal dumping, it should be the people that are doing the illegal dumping, right? I don't think you have an increase in illegal dumping and you keep raising the fees that our residents pay. So I think it needs to be both. And Jerry, as for that legislative request, it would also include adding an annual adjustment automatically for CPI so that we don't have to go back to these things constantly.
To the fines?
I think, yeah, and thank you for that, Commissioner Regalado. I know that's exactly what I had asked for at the Sunshine. Chief Coley, I see him kind of, do you want to chime in?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I can say is clarifying in our Sunshine meeting for the good of all, we discussed the fact that this board directed the administration to bring back a CPI, which we did at 2%, but not just bringing back because the board directed, the numbers supported it. We have a number of unfunded positions in the department through attrition, and that we were going to keep those positions unfunded without that increase. With the 2% increase, it would have allowed us to field everything that would have allowed an expansion of enforcement and an expansion in illegal dumping activities. Then when the committee decided to let's go with 1 instead of 2, the department had done a very good job finding efficiencies, keeping some positions unfunded, and at 1% we could maintain our current level of service in all things in the solid waste department, which includes illegal dumping enforcement activities. When we had the Sunshine meeting and you asked us, could we go lower? The department director, I'm sure will confirm, she identified, I think, about $200,000 worth of educational expenses that I think you specifically questioned that could be eliminated. But that if we went below that 1%, we would not have sufficient funding in the department to fund all the enforcement activities, and if we had no raise in fee this year and no other funding source, we would have a reduction in enforcement activity.
So
to the chair, we would have to suspend the mandate for the educational programming for this year because it is a board mandate. There is a cost associated with it. It's $200,000. I think that in combination with raising the fees could probably get us a little bit lower. But I don't think that we should lower it to a point where we impact services. I think we need to maintain the level of services. And that's really what, we have strived to do. The same thing with water and sewer. We really are trying to go as low as we can go at this moment without impacting services. Now, that means that we're not augmenting services, right? So I know that some of us would like to augment services, but that comes at a cost. That being said, as I mentioned on the Sunshine and I've mentioned here, we're working with the Department of Solid Waste on a series of other things that I think for the next fiscal year, I think we're going to have a much stronger portfolio in terms of revenue generation that is not fee-based or fine-based. So we have a lot of things in the works that I think are going to help us do that. But this year, we do need to make a few more adjustments. So if you're open to it, Commissioner Gilbert, if you're open to adding to this item, the elimination of the educational funding, which is a reduction of 200,000, so that we can go a little bit under the one, and we'll do the math on that. And then I'm gonna work on the fees and see what we can do. You know, we have to figure out how quickly we can bring it to the board so that we can make an adjustment there, because as we mentioned, we really can't rebate this, right? Once it's done, it's done. But my quick math, and I guess David could tell us, or if the director can tell us, I think we can leave this at 0.7. At 0.7 instead of the 1%. So I think we can do 0.7 is my math.
So, real quick, and before the sponsor of the item chimes in, can we, and I really do wish more would have attended the Sunshine or at least have watched it, but Chief, and I want to make sure that the numbers are correct, right? Obviously, we got to make sure that we can't do that ignorantly or uneducated. But I remember in our Sunshine, we discussed an advertisement, a total advertisement amount that the department has. I think it was just under 1.1, not including collections. With collection, I think it jumps to 1.7 or something like that. It was just under 1.1. It was like 1.036 or something, if my mind serves me right. But here the commissioner's just suggesting a cutback only on.
Well, I want to do the advertising, but you remember from the Sunshine, they told us some of that advertising was,
yeah, that's what I'm-
yeah, some of the advertising was mailing, and they were going to get back to us with what was the actual advertising number. So what's the actual advertising number?
And what's the mailing, and is it a mandate from us? I think you mentioned, and we can correct that, right? Because, like, for example, I get, just like probably every resident in Miami-Dade County, I receive a envelope from solid waste, and it's got, I mean, it's this thick. And guess where that goes? Take a guess. Take a guess. No, it goes right where I pray on my nightstand.
It goes in the recycling.
Yeah, it goes, yeah, let's go with that. Let's go with that for purposes of being eco-friendly here. Let's go with that. Commissioner Higgins would appreciate that. It goes in the garbage. It goes right back to you guys. We send it right back to you guys. I don't even read it. What is all that stuff? No. 2.8 million residents are breaking your heart. Let me break it down. Let me break it for you. So what is all that? And where can we cut in this advertisement? Because it's not, and I appreciate Commissioner Regalado in trying to find a solution and not just saying, you know, we need to cut, we're voting no, but actually trying to find a solution. But for me, look, even for the most needed families, it's not the $7. It's not the $7 at all. It's $7 a year. I mean, that's for the cost of having a clean, good service. It's the $7 in solid waste. It's the 3.5 in water and sewer. It's the gas tax. It's the transit 50 cent. It's all different. To Commissioner Gilbert's point, it's not all from general fund, but to the household, it's not different. To the residents, it's not different. It's coming out of their pocket. So I would like to still challenge us to, and I know it's challenging, and I know the administration's probably like, Chairman, what are you doing? You've seen the numbers, you've been in enough briefings and enough meetings to see how important this is, but it's just 1%. It's what did we say it was? $2.3 million. Half of that is an advertisement. How can we get to a flat rate? And I'm sure that Commissioner Gilbert will argue that and make a good point as to why we can't do that. And I respect that, but let's stick to the advertisement part. What is that what's the advertisement? What is that 1.1 million almost that?
Through the chair. So during the Sunshine meeting, we talked about a number, and the number we talked about that's in our total advertisement outreach education budget is 1.6. Of the 1.6, there's a portion that is disposal, there's a portion that is for mosquito control, and the portion that is for collection is actually only 700,000. We talked about $1 million, but we just had pulled out the disposal and the GF portion was there. Okay. So it's 700,000. Of that 700,000, half of that is mandated because the waste fee by ordinance, we have to notice all of the residents, and we have to actually, based on Florida statute, we do have to advertise. And so that's something that we have to do per Florida statute and per the code. So that's a huge expense because when you're talking about mailing out a notice to 360,000 residents, I have to put it in two public papers, and so those are the requirements that I have. And then additionally, there's $100,000 contractually that I have to do because one of the recycler contractors provide us $100,000 for education and outreach, and so it's a pass-through contractually. So of that $700,000, $450,000 is mandated. That's only leaving me with a little over $240,000. And, you know, what I did was I looked at what can I cut? Looking at radio, advertising, billboards, TV, and I did look at cutting about 35% of that to bring the number further down, and that was about $85,000. And I want to state this, I mean, I'm empathetic to the fact that residents are, you know, $7 is, even though it's the cost of a cup of coffee, that's sometimes for some residents too much. I've been walking around this audience talking to residents. Any resident that had a complaint or a concern about their rate, I personally spoke with them, took information, and I'm talking to them about how can we help you. We're also working on a DSWM CARES program, similar to water and sewer. We're taking a page out of their book and trying to figure out how we can help those residents that might be challenged and, you know, dealing with hard times. We're not there yet. We're working on the legislation to bring it back before this board, but I am empathetic to trying to figure out how we can make it better. That's why I looked at efficiencies. That's why we were able to bring some costs down, and that's why we're only coming back for 1% and not 4 or 5 or the 2.3% CPI.
Thank you, Director. Real quick, how much, and I imagine it's not much, what of that is the advertisement for the mosquito control portion?
The advertisement for the mosquito control budget is, what, 300? 200? I think it's around about $200,000. I don't have it in front of me.
And what does that
but I did look at
consist
it
of?
yesterday.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that when I get bit by a mosquito, I control myself. Like I'm reminded that I need to
So with the
control
mosquito advertisement, we do billboards, we do bus stops, we do the Metro bus, and we also have billboards and commercials, and so we do have a lot of different type of advertisement what we do for that.
Commissioner Gilbert, I'll let you kind of
And through the chair,
respond.
if we could just simply
Just
say a little more about mosquito control.
Yeah, I'll let the chief opine as well. I'm just saying, I think we could get there.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just one thing I want to add before we go back to the maker. I did get some information now about the illegal dumping fees, and we have the portion that goes to solid waste, but then we also have the illegal dumping trust fund, and then there's the part that goes to the sheriff. It has here sheriff for enforcement, not clerk. So what's the difference between the trust fund piece and the one that goes directly to the department?
Through the chair, so Commissioner, I have to look into that, but what I can tell you is illegal dumping back in the day in 2010 used to be in the police department, and then it moved over from the police department in 2010 into solid waste. But I can do some further digging on that one. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Q1, Q2, and Q3 for 25. So that being said, we'll get back to that. But I still think we could do 0.7. She's saying that 85,000 she can cut, so that's 285,000, right? You do the education plus you do the advertising that she feels comfortable cutting, so we have 285. And I think we could probably increase the fees, the fines by maybe even double it, a little under. We got to see what the ratio of collection would be. And then look at what other counties are doing to make sure that we're at a number that we can actually collect. But I think that still puts us at, instead of increasing it by 1%, increasing it by 0.7, which has us under the 700.
Yeah, I think. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, yes, but give me 1 second.
Because you called me like 3 times.
I know.
Somebody keeps talking when you recognize.
But Commissioner,
so I don't.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. And the administration wants to speak too, but Commissioner Bastien has been patiently waiting.
Thank you. I will be quick, Commissioner Gilbert. Director Daniels, I'm very happy that you're aware that so many of our residents are hurting. as a result of the cost of living increases in our communities. I'm really happy that you're aware of that because, like, I think it's the chair and I concurred with most of the things that you raised, Commissioner Gilbert. The fact is, no matter how small the amount, there are many of our residents who just cannot afford it. And then this is a fact that we must face, and then we must take into considerations when we are making our decisions. So I'm happy that you recognize that, and then you talked about a program that you're willing to implement to support them. Can you please give more details? I received a lot of letters from constituents, not only in my district, throughout, concerned about the increase, no matter how small it is. And I understand the reasoning for it, the need for it, but like I said, so many of our residents on fixed incomes are concerned. So tell me more about this project and when will it be implemented?
Through the chair, so Commissioner, I do understand, and I want to make sure that we are doing all we can to keep our rates low while maintaining a quality level of service. And so the DSWM CARES program that we're working towards is kind of patterned after the Water and Sewers CARES program, WASD CARES program. And so we are working through that, through the legislation. It's been a very laborious process. I've had meetings with COSD because we wanted to make sure that we can kind of iron out the eligibility criteria for the process and who would do the eligibility criteria. And so we had to come up with a framework for it, as well as a process going forward, so we can make sure that it was equitable, it was fair, and that we had a system in place. And so the legislation should be coming back, I guess, in the next couple of months.
Oh, so in 2 months, those who are impacted?
I'm not quite, let me check. In the fall.
I want to be sure that this is going to be something that is real.
I'm positive. I've been pushing staff. I wanted it done already, and I've been pushing staff to get this done. And so I'm being told by our legislative queen that fall. And so I feel confident that we can be here by fall.
All right, and then we really have to look at sustainable ways to really provide the services, and then not to continuously overburden the residents, especially those that I spoke about, because no matter the decisions, we know that there are a big part of our residents who cannot afford it. And then I'm happy that we're having this discussion about how we can sustainably maintain the services without overburdening our residents on fixed income. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Madam.
Yeah, I just had a question.
And then we'll go.
Commissioner Orbis, do you have a question you want me to respond to?
No, I have a question for the director.
All right. Director, just a quick question. How much are the illegal dumping fines now? What do we charge now?
So it varies. There are several rates. I'm being told that there's the lower rate of $250, I believe it is, all the way up to like $2,000, but it depends on the amount of debris or dumping that's out there on that site.
Okay. I don't have a problem with raising the rates on fines for illegal dumping. I support that. I think the first item I brought as a commissioner was addressing illegal dumping in my city, finding ways that Miami Gardens could actually partner to actually pick up the trash quicker. And we've done several things on advertising. I've heard, I don't want to just say enough about this issue, but really I've heard enough. I mean, respect to all my colleagues, you're not saying anything differently than what's been said previously. Like in the prior years that created the shortfalls, the deficits, that put the system in imbalance. You're literally saying the exact same things. There are different faces, different mouths. You're saying the exact same things. And so I think Commissioner Higgins has been here long enough to know that we've literally heard this song before. It's not even a different melody. It's the same lyrics. Everything's the same. So I just need us to be clear about that. Commissioner Regalado, if you want to lower it to 0.7, if you think that, I think that's a little, I would prefer have set numbers before we actually address something that could affect service. Because doubling the fines is interesting, but then there's also that thing, what do they call it? The law of diminishing returns. So if you take a $2,000 fine and you make it a $4,000 fine, which I'm completely supportive of, the chances are the person who paid the $2,000 fine, only half of them will actually pay the $4,000 fine. So you don't gain anything. In some instances, you actually lose revenue that you collect on those fines so the fines aren't set haphazardly, like in this kind of fly by the seat of your pants type way. We don't just raise the fines because we're trying to get a fine that strikes a balance between discouraging, prohibiting you from doing it, and also punishing you if you do. So it's the balance that we're looking for. Because if it were up to me, and there's a lot of illegal dumping in my city, in my district, it would be a $10,000 fine, but that wouldn't stop anybody because no, they wouldn't pay the fine. And now we're cutting the education budget to remind them not to dump. Like I get what you all are saying because I've heard it before from a prior dais. I've heard that our residents can't afford to pay $7. I appreciate that. The cost to run the system continues to go up. I'm overly appreciative of Commissioner Regalado because her efforts are continuously to reduce the actual cost. The only reason I'm not fully behind, hey, let's drop it to 0.7 now is because I can't guarantee that the savings that we're proposing now would necessarily reduce it. I would need more information for that. But otherwise, I don't have a desire to pay more. I don't have a desire for people to pay more. I just have a desire for the system to be fiscally sound. That's my only desire. So you all continue to talk, like among yourselves. When you all figure this out, where you want to put the rate, the chair can call for a straw vote. We'll set the rate, and we don't have to stay here all day belaboring the point. Because I've heard these conversations before.
I agree. So, well,
Just really quickly, as a point of clarification, because the attorneys have said that we can work on the item and we can raise the fines tomorrow. So we can hustle, right, and make it part of the budget tomorrow.
do that.
Yeah.
We're looking into that, and if we can, we'll do it tomorrow.
Yep, just
Just to
ebb and
clarify,
flowing
if not,
conversation.
through the chair. I
Through the
apologize.
chair.
No, really quickly. Really quickly.
You told me to solve the
I
problem.
want to get in this really quickly too.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I got to pick my kids up at school. I'm gone. You guys just take.
Through the chair, may I just clarify?
You may.
We will try to see if that is possible to be added to the budget ordinance as far as the increase of the fines, if that's the board's will, and see if that could be done. In addition, the reduction of the educational campaign can and should be done as part of the budget because it's a reduction of expenditures that will be commensurate with a potential reduction in fees. So both of those issues would have to be taken up tomorrow at the budget hearing, should that be what the will of the board is, and we'll prepare appropriate motions to that effect. Today, it's just the issue of setting the actual fee for purposes of your assessment rule.
Thank you. And the other thing I would add really quickly, I did do the research and I looked at the other counties, and we would need to increase it by a third and then add CPI. That would make us more competitive, right? In terms of what other counties charge for illegal dumping. This would put us a little above, right? So if we increase the fees by a third, keeping the current paradigm, that would put us a little above where Broward and Palm Beach and everyone else is in terms of illegal dumping.
Okay, we'll get there. I got it though. Commissioner Orbis, you had a question.
Yes. Madam Director, how are you doing? Thanks for meeting with me a couple times on this. And also, I got to take a tour of one of your new trucks. I appreciate that. And I know you've been working on figuring this out for our residents, so I appreciate that. Something that piqued my attention was the mosquito spraying. So can you walk me through that process? The county, we provide mosquito spraying for residential homes. How does that work?
So we provide county-wide mosquito spraying for all of our residents. That's a general fund operation that's within solid waste. So it does not come out of this collection fee at all. It's general fund. But any of our residents that have a request or a need, they can call 311 and then they get a service request, and then that service request will prompt one of our inspectors to go out, do an inspection, and then if necessary, do spraying. We have 320 traps that are situated throughout Miami-Dade County, and on a weekly basis, our inspectors go out and actually inspect those traps and do a count of how many mosquitoes are in those traps.
And do you have a number of how many residents use that service?
I don't have those numbers. I can tell you, actually, I do have my MOR, so I can take a look and tell you in a
Okay,
few
and
minutes.
how much do we charge for that service?
That's our countywide. It's part of the ad valorem fee.
So it's free?
It's part of the ad valorem fee. It's part of the taxes.
Okay. Is that something that you could use as a revenue generator for your department?
No.
No?
It's part of the general fund, and it's our collection fee is our enterprise, and so they're separate and apart.
Okay, so that's something that it's included when you pay your taxes, that you can avail yourself of this service?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that potentially we can move out so that it could be a revenue generator for your department? Because mosquito spraying is very expensive.
We've actually had some conversations about a different way of doing that, and we've been working with the mayor's office on trying to determine that and looking at other municipalities, how they do that, Monroe County, and Palm Beach or Broward. But we haven't kind of situated on, how we want to do that going forward, but we have been evaluating some different ways to do that so it's not as burdensome on the general fund.
Okay, I'll make a request on that then.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Thank you.
Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the conversation that we're having on this very important issue. And I don't disagree with Commissioner Gilbert that this is an issue that has been thrusted on our plates from previous commissions that failed to act and be intellectually honest with our constituency. I do have a question, Madam Director, and thank you for always being open and available to not only me, but to the rest of the commission. I think you're very candid, and I appreciate that. When we look at the open positions that we have, I'm seeing that we have about 87 open positions. Do we know the average time of those open positions?
So it varies. If it's one of our driver positions, those sometimes take a little bit longer because we have a driver course that we do. And sometimes it take a little bit longer for CDL driver positions. So it just varies. I couldn't give you a definitive answer on that. I can just tell you sometimes it's really hard to find CDL drivers. We do sometimes internal promotional opportunities, and so we'll do a promotion to a class. Class can last between 6 to 8 weeks, and then we put them on the road. And then sometimes we go outside, see if we can get some drivers, and then we bring them in. Most of those positions are operations outside positions for either collection drivers or for our trailers.
Mr. Chairman, out of those 87 positions, let me go back. So then the 1% nets how much?
The 1% how much
Increase.
revenue it generates?
Yes.
2.3, between 2.3, 2.4
Million?
million, yes.
That's what the 1% increase would generate.
Yes.
All right, so then if we look at the open positions, the 87 open positions, how much money is in those open positions right now?
I could not answer. I mean, they vary. It's different positions throughout the department, but I will say, all positions aren't created equal, and some of those positions would have a huge impact in operations.
Director. No, we trust that it's the chair. Yeah. We trust all positions are created equal. That's not the question. Chief,
Let's look at this county
can you answer, except for, can you answer the senator's question as far as his actual question, just because I see you, I'm only calling on you because I see you kind of nodding your head-ish.
Yeah.
Can you clarify?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The vacant positions that the senator's referring to, they are not all funded. We have an attrition rate in the county across all departments, and every department in the county's projected attrition rate is not funded. So of the 87, a portion of those aren't expected to be funded this year. The exact number, we would have to ask David how they calculated that in the budget, but each department's slightly different, but none of them are fully funded.
Yeah, that's why I wanted you to clarify, because I imagine they already accounted for some of that unfunded, but you still have the floor, Senator. I just wanted you to get the answer you're looking for.
And I appreciate that. I feel even more frustrated now with that answer, and I think the same thing that has come about in our budget talks. because for me to hear that we have open positions that are unfunded, I just don't know how we balance our budgets out this way. I don't understand how we do government budgets of this magnitude and not have a number attached to a position. Because when you have any funded position, any position that's open, you have it funded for the year, 6 months, 3 months, a quarter, whatever the case may be, but we're saying that those aren't funded. So then, what is the actual number? Because then now I get confused. Madam Director, Mr. Director, I'm really a little confused as to how are we doing our math?
Senator,
How are we budgeting? Because if we have an unfunded position and it's an open position, and then we have funded positions, what is the actual number associated with those open positions? Because when I start doing our calculation on my end and I look at the 87 open positions, assuming that there's a number attached to them, there's a value with that. And if we're looking to try to raise $2.5 million with a 1% increase, then why don't we look at those open positions that have been open for over 6 months? If there are any open positions that are open for 6 months, but I just don't know. I don't think anyone in this county commission knows.
Through the chair, and I want to apologize if I wasn't clear, but 8% attrition for the operations positions. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Senator. The way the budgeted positions are in solid waste, we verified the number. You take the total positions that are in the budget or that are approved in the table of organization, and just over 8% of those are projected not to be filled, so the dollar amount allocated for that labor is reduced by that 8%.
What does that 8% generate?
Through the chair, Chief Edwards, the actual number for the 87 vacant positions is 8.7.
8.3 million.
8.3 million. So the reason that we need to keep particular, and we don't actually keep particular positions vacant. We have vacant positions that are funded and vacant positions that are unfunded. We took all of those unfunded positions and we used those revenues to try to help us with our budget deficit. The funded positions.
Give me a minute, and then it's not to be disrespectful because I know you're speaking, but how do you take an unfunded position that has no dollar amount to it and use that towards balancing out other parts of the budget? You're telling me that there's no dollar amount tied to that unfunded position.
There is a dollar amount tied to it. We unfund the position. So we.
God, I was ready to vote for this, and now I'm even more confused now. And it's finished. I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm happy to explain,
Please,
but
please,
I don't
please.
have to.
No, please explain.
Okay.
Please.
So
My bad.
there are FTEs, right? Full-time equivalents. Each department has a certain number of those. We fund those FTEs based on the needs of the department. So the services that that department is going to provide, we determine how many FTEs to fund. There are times where we will say we can't afford to fund them, so we take the money away and we use that money to pay for something else. The position still sits on the books, but the money is not allocated. So for these 87 that you're talking about, they're vacant, the position is on the books, and the funding is there so they can fill those positions. But there is also a number of positions where the FTE, the position exists, but the funding has already been used for other purposes. We actually have eliminated many unfunded positions so that the directors do not have the autonomy or the authority to fill them. So when we remove the FTE and the funding, it goes away. They cannot fill it. These positions, the director has the authority to fill because we need them to fulfill the scope of work that's in the budget. So if we said we're going to do something in the budget, it requires a human being, we have to pay that human being, we put the positions in the books. People retire, people resign, people are terminated, and then we have to come back and find new people. That is the result of a vacant, funded position. It's a reflection of turnover. We have consistent turnover in our organization, and the directors need to have the capacity, the authority that you give them when you approve the budget to fill that turnover. That's what that 87 is. It is a fair question, Senator, to say, do we need to keep 87 funded positions if they've been vacant for X period of time? Is a very fair question. We leave that to the director so that they don't have to keep coming back every time somebody resigns, retires, or is terminated to get authority to replace them.
Thank you for that. But if someone leaves, retires, or is fired, that position is still funded.
Correct.
So that position can still be filled by the director.
Correct.
So then, out of these 87 positions that we have, do we know how many of these positions have been open for more than 6 months?
We can find out that answer. But it's a constant, I mean, it's a constant turnover. I can't tell you if it's been 6 months. The director spoke very clearly about the difficulties in finding people to fill particular positions.
I didn't mean to say, listen, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your answer. I'm just still a little more confused because, look, we're trying to figure out the $2.5 million that we need to generate with that 1%. And I fall somewhere along the lines of Commissioner Gilbert, not always liking to increase these rates, but I understand that the system has grossly been underfunded for many years. And sometimes we do have to take the bull by the horns and do what we have to do as a commission, because this is how we're, need to be honest with our residents. However, there's always ways that we can try to capitalize and raise that money, and I've always go back to these open positions. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, can I ask Yinka a question on?
Hurry down, Yinka.
And through the chair, Senator, one of the questions you ask is the unfunded. There are 71 positions that are not funded. We have used that money to help support other aspects of the business as described, or to fill the budget deficit in some cases.
Plus the 87, or that's plus, so 87 are funded. Okay. I mean, you can feel free to ask a question to Yinka, but Senator, I mean, you know that we fund, like, we approve the budget, right? So we can just say we're going to fund 80 positions, not 87.
No, listen, I understand, and I everywhere I've spoken, when I've gone on TV or on the radio, I've said that we have to take some responsibility as well. It's our budget that we approve. So, but this is where we get a budget presented from the mayor's office, and again, I've said it before. This is not my first rodeo when we do budgets, but Yinka, can you please help me understand if we can absorb that 2.5 million from some of these open, unfilled, or unbudgeted, or budgeted, whatever definition that we're trying to use here, positions as it relates to these this budget itself?
Yinka Majikudumi, Commissioner's Office. Commissioner, as was being discussed previously, the Department Solid Waste has reported about 158 vacancies, total 158 vacancies. Of the 158, 71 are unfunded. That means there is no money in the proposed budget for those 71. 87 of them are funded with $8.3 million. And that is the current available as reported by the administration in the proposed budget. Your question specifically about reallocation of the resources from that $8.3 million that was funded is possible with some work with the administration to determine what portions of those positions have been what we'll call, I think your question was about long-term vacancies that has not been filled over a long period of time, to determine what the value of those vacancies are and confirm if they're in fact needed for operations.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's where the crux of the whole issue is we need to find out how long these vacancies have been open or unfilled. Because it's important, because if we're looking at more than 6 months, then I think if a position has been open more than 6 months, I think we can absorb that that job responsibility with everyone else, because it's been happening throughout the last 6 months. So I think it's important to try to identify some of these numbers, because that way, you know, we can start coming up with some actual real numbers as opposed to just trying to come up with a budget in the sky right now. Yes.
Senator Garcia, the department had already been asked by the administration as part of the Mayor's WIVE 305 to identify those positions that could be lived without, so to speak, and that's why we do have a number of unfunded positions. The department went through the exercise and says, okay, we can live without filling these positions this year, and that's where that number came from. The remainder that's on there, even though some are unfilled, are what the department's operation team has determined necessary to maintain services. If we don't fund those positions and they're not allowed to be hired, services will be impacted. The director did mention one, it's a county-wide issue. It's not just solid waste, but it's the CDL drivers. We have a lot of departments with vacancies, long-term vacancies with CDL drivers, but we would not recommend to eliminate those positions because we need to continuously recruit to get those drivers in and get them trained, even if the position's open for a while, because we are chronically understaffed in drivers across all departments that require commercial driver's license. So those would be ones we would ask you to please be careful in considering eliminating, because we have to just continually hire those drivers. The private contractors out there pay more than we do. They have benefits that people run to, and they hire them away from us, and so we're continuously fighting the driver standpoint, and that's the one we have the most chronic openings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I caution you that we still have all these open positions, and I'm not trying to take anything away from the driver positions, but I'm sure that we can find some of that 2.5 million in some of these open positions, unfilled position, that we have that are currently funded, because that number is an $8.3 million number attached to it, and I'm sure we can find some of those. So, Mr. Chairman, as we move forward, I think we should be very mindful of some of these open positions that we not only have in solid waste, but we have across the county. And I beg to say, I would make a motion to look at the unfunded positions to try to take that $2.5 million from those open positions that we currently have.
Second.
Point of information.
Yeah, give me, hold on.
All right.
There's a motion, there's a second, but.
Wait, but there was a motion.
He had his motion.
There was a motion already on the floor. Yeah. Was there
Yeah.
a second on? Was there a second on?
I seconded the motion, but I was going to amend it. So we were
Yeah.
going back and forth about the amendment.
Yeah. So, and to that motion, Mr. Chairman, if I'm recognized.
We're not voting before you speak. Don't worry, Vice Chair. We're going to get to you. But you want to clarify?
So you're, because what you said was you want to remove the unfunded positions.
What I said to, what the motion is to look for the $2.5 million in the funded positions that are currently in the solid waste budget.
Okay, so you probably need to correct the motion, because that's not what.
And I apologize.
Okay.
And thank you for always being on my right side,
Okay.
on the right.
Yeah.
Open.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I want to clear this up, because sometimes the administration, they use a lot of words to say things that can be said simply. Of the positions that are funded and vacant right now, even the ones that are long-term, they're things that we have to fill. So we need that money in those positions.
Yes.
That's just simply what it is. So a lot of times, when I kind of agree with some of my colleagues, that sometimes when we get briefed, and they say we eliminated all of our vacancies. You haven't eliminated all of your vacancies. You're right. What they have eliminated is all the vacancies that they think are not mission critical. That's so if this unfunded and it's in the budget, it doesn't really affect us right now. If it's funded, what they're saying is this position, even though it's vacant, we actually need someone to do this job. That might be a driver. That might be an information. It could be, we don't know what it is. So we just to clarify what we're talking about. So when you say you're making a motion to actually remove funded positions, be mindful that we're actively trying to fill the positions we're funding. We're trying to fill.
And to
do a job that actually supports the service. So I would caution us about making a blanket motion like that. We need to be a lot more surgical if we were going to do something like that.
Commissioner Gilbert, give me 1 second. Commissioner Gilbert, and I happen to agree with that. I think it can't be a blanket elimination. I think it needs to be surgically looked at. So I think that's why it's important. The question, I think it was the senator that asked earlier on, of how long have some of these vacancies been open? Because what we're trying to determine is if it's been open for the excess of 10, 12 months, then is it really an essential service critical position? Because as far as I'm concerned, my garbage has been picked up and I haven't gotten any complaints in my office that the services have lacked. So I think that's why it's important. It's not just to eliminate the 87 positions, unless that's your will, and that's your opinion and decision you're entitled to have. But I think it's important to, and we could either do that today, we can do it through a workshop, we can do it, but I think we have to figure this out now because we have to set the rate and pass this item. So I think that's important. I have the vice chair in line. Are you just trying to clarify
Just
something?
as a point of clarification, you know, because we did look at those positions, and what we don't want to do is impact overtime. So let's talk about what happens, right? So there is an overtime. So you're right. We need to fill those positions, but there's also the overtime issue. So because those positions are unfilled, then, you know, we have other things that go into play. Because again, what was presented to us was a 3% increase. We took it down to 1 without impacting services. If we start eliminating some of those positions that are vacant and funded, that the director said we need these because they could impact the service. They may not be full, but someone else is doing the service, and that may be costing us more. So that's why there is this dynamic, right? So if you could speak a little bit to those positions in particular, because I think there needs to be some clarification as to why we didn't include those in the cuts.
Yeah, and then I'm going to recognize the vice chair. You can answer within his remarks to what Commissioner Regalado stated, but now she unfortunately brought up another point is, what's the overtime situation? And how much are we spending in overtime?
To the chair.
But Vice Chair, just keep those answers, like, simmer on them. Vice Chair's been patiently waiting, so I want to give him the floor. And
I'm always patient, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. Listen, I'm gonna get right to the point. So we have 87 positions that are funded and vacant, right? And that amount equates to about $8 million, which means each position is costing us about $91,000. And we're looking right now to increase the overall amount by way of a 1% increase to $2.4 million. Now, I guess my question is, and the chairman really honed in on this, and Senator Garcia was getting there. Can we, no.
sorry, I fell short.
No, you were getting there. You were getting there. You eventually did get there, but.
Okay, can you get us there, please?
No. I know. I'm gonna get us there collectively. My question is, can you surgically go into those 87 positions and find 26 positions? Because 26 positions will give us $2.4 million. And if you cannot surgically go in and reimagine the 87 positions, how many positions can you go in and surgically remove so that we can remove the burden that we're asking Miami-Dade County residents to collectively pay into this pot? And second, and the last question I have, and I'll get very quiet on this, is, we have to be very careful how we deliver our messages to our residents. 1% of $1 billion, that's a lot of money. 1% of $100 million, a lot of money. And so when I hear people say, well, it's only 1%, yeah, it's only 1% because you have the extra 1% in discretionary fund. It's not you, and I'm just using you in plural. You have the extra 1% to pay because of your income or your stature in life. But if we have a choice between giving tax relief to those individuals, I'll talk to the other ball guy. But if we have the ability to remove a potential tax increase burden on the residents of Miami-Dade County, why not? Why not either split this thing and cut the 26 positions, or if you can't do the 26 positions, cut them in half, and then we both meet in a happy medium, which means we go 0.5 for the increase, and we eliminate probably about half of the 26, which would give us 13. So it'd be 13 plus 0.5. Why not that approach to help us deal with this issue that's before us?
Commissioner?
Through the chair now? You want me to answer now?
Go ahead.
Yes, as long as you all figure out who wants to answer. 'Cause
Okay.
you got the chief, you got the mayor saying the chief, so chief.
Okay, Commissioner,
Thanks,
the only thing I would point out and like to reiterate is the exercise that you're suggesting is the one that's already taken place. The department has already been charged with identifying anybody that's not mission critical, and those are the result of the unfunded positions. The department operations staff has represented that if we reduce any more, we will see a reduction in service this year, or we will have to see an increase in overtime to pay for it.
And what is a reduction in service, Mr. Chief?
Well, the reduction in service first is going to come through enforcement of illegal dumping. That'll be the first thing that would suffer is illegal dumping enforcement and pickup. We don't foresee not being able to pick up the household waste every week like we're supposed to. We don't see that being an issue, but enforcements would. And please add anything.
I would like to add, through the chair, two things. One, with regards to the 87 position, I want for a point of clarification, the 87 position are not all collections position. Half of those are disposal operations positions, and so they wouldn't even be a part of the equation to cover that fee. And so that's one thing I want to mention. As it relates to how long it takes to fill those positions, we do know that the CDL has been an issue, and so we created a e-CDL, a driver learner CDL program to help with that. And so we've been doing all type of different things to try to get drivers in so that we can fill those positions. Overtime is something that we saw at over $8 million in the past, and that number has been coming down. Last year, we were able to save over $2 million in overtime, and we're continuing to work to bring that number down. As we see more driver vacancies, the inverse is more overtime, because as you keep an open route, that means based on the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement, any open route, I have to send another driver out, and that driver is going to be on overtime basis. And so then you will see an increase in overtime if I don't fill those positions. That majority of them are drivers on the collection side.
All right. Are you good, Vice Chair? Or?
I'm perfect. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Steinberg.
Do you want to go? No, I think this has been very healthy discussion.
I'm hungry.
Senator almost got there, though.
But I do think that if we're going to look at efficiencies, we need to be very mindful as to how those efficiencies will affect the bigger picture. I also know, like for instance, I know it's well-intentioned when we talk about even our mosquito-borne, our mosquito treatment, I actually think is very important and very vital. We live in a subtropical area, and at the end of the day, I don't want to relive a mosquito-borne illness situation that we had to deal with a few years ago that we constantly have to battle and look at and prevent. So, it really is something that each of these efficiencies could have a wider reaching effect. And by the way, in terms of whatever advertising we do have, we should remind residents that we have this service to help combat that. But we could go round and round in circles, and I was just curious. I know Commissioner Gilbert does have a motion on the floor. I know Commissioner Regalado has a counter motion or a counter amendment to that. And I just want to know if there's an appetite, because I don't know if we're going to be able to resolve all the world's problems today, but we should try to find some resolution to this. And so maybe we can try to fine tune and see. I mean, there are going to be some people who don't want to vote for any increase, and there are going to be some people who are willing to make a compromise, and some people who are willing to actually go to the 1%. So maybe we can try to bring us in for a little bit of a landing to try to better understand, and then have the, if we don't get anywhere, then continue the conversation further. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Chair, I do have my math for my amendment.
But hold on. Commissioner, did you ask me a question? Because,
Yes, she did.
yes, that's what I'm trying to do, but Commissioner Cohen-Higgins has been waiting, and then I'm gonna take a straw.
Okay, can I give him
Well-
the number for the amendment? Whenever you're. Yeah.
Yes, after, yes.
You want
Commissioner, go ahead.
Sure. So, so this is what we worked out now. I looked at what we could do in terms of the fines. If we increase the fines by a third and we assume the collection that we had in the lowest year in the last 5 years, that's $67,000 that we would have in an increase. The advertising is $85,000 that we can cancel out, and the educational piece is $200,000 that we could cancel out for this year. That would be a total of $352,000 that we could reduce, and that would give us 0.03, which would take us to 7. An increase of 0.07 instead of the 1.0. That is not impacting services. Those are just things that we can take out of this budget without damaging the math of the overtime and the positions that we need. So that's an educational piece. 0.07, 0.7, sorry, 0.7. That would take us an increase of
She almost brought it in.
Yeah, 0.7. So that would be.
I was
yeah,
in for the
that would be
0.07.
0.7. So I'm trying
Somebody's
to.
got to get it in.
Yeah, 0.7, and that keeps us under the 700, which I think is the issue that is like mind blowing to people, right? So we talk about how it's $7, but when you cross the 700 threshold, that's the tremendous pushback that we're getting from folks. So I can tell you that I will keep working on it, but I don't want to create a situation where we impact services, and this allows us to push some of this on the illegal dumping without breaking that system. This is a year where I think we could do without the advertising, we could do without the education, and we increase the fines.
All right, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, and then Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions on the proposal to raise the illegal dumping fees. I represent a large agricultural area, and time again, we'll have owners of large swaths of land receive extremely steep fees and fines from the county for illegal dumping that's taking place on their property that had nothing to do with them, right? So you'll drive a couch or a mattress or a boat even out into the Redland intentionally to find a place to literally dump it. And then I, the property owner of 5, 10, 50 acres, get fined by the county, but I wasn't the one who did the illegal dumping, okay? And that is a huge problem that's happening in the South right now, and I'm sure it's pervasive throughout the county. So I take great pause on increasing the fines for illegal dumping, in addition to concerns regarding effects to our ad valorem taxes. I do have a question on the numbers, because, and I understand the back and forth that's happening here. Director, you've been amazing, and you've been available, and I appreciate your advocacy on behalf of your department. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do. No department director in any governmental agency is going to stand before a board and seed money, right? You want as much resources as you can in order to deliver the services that our residents deserve. And we as a body, with equal passion, do not want to raise fees on our residents. So here we sit with this push and pull, and I appreciate all of the efforts being made by my colleagues. And as I dive into the numbers, as you know I always do, Director, I do have a few questions, because I continue to have a difficult time with this issue, despite your incredible effort and our many conversations that have brought us here today. But when I look in our budget book, which is what we're voting on tomorrow, on page 49, it shows your annual budget for your department. And in 24-25, your annual budget was $792 million, 791.9. It's on page 49 of your budget book. This year, your proposed budget is $836.2 million, right? Which is a $44 million increase year over year. The conversation that we're having right now is over $2 million in an $836 million budget. Just to place it into context, your budget is $836 million. We are spending a ton of time, over $2 million. And the representation to this board currently is that you will have services affected in your department if you are not given $2 million. I find that difficult to believe, especially when I do comparisons, because your increase from year to year, from 24 to 25, is a 6% increase. Inflation throughout this entire country is only at 2.9% increase. So I understand that you need the dollars in order to operate your department. I get that. But your requests and the increase that you've requested is not consistent with the inflationary standards that we are all facing. So yes, the cost of goods go up, the cost of gas goes up, but by an average of about 2.9 to 3%, your request is at 6%. That's the disconnect that doesn't land and doesn't make sense for me. So that if we were to take your current request and simply reduce it by the $2 million, which we're being represented to will affect services, which I find it very difficult to believe that short just $2 million, our services are going to be affected to our residents. That will bring you down to a $42 million increase year over year, and an increase that is in excess of the inflationary rate that we're all experiencing. So for me, I think it would be best and a better representation of how we're managing dollars at Miami-Dade County to give you the additional dollars, to increase your budget year over year, but consistent with the inflationary standards of 2.9 or 3%, not 6%. Because even if that 2% was reduced, which is what this board is having a difficult time with now, you're still going to have $42 million more than what you had last year. And so for me, I am not convinced that keeping the rate flat for our residents is not going to provide you with what you need in order to run your department. Because again, the numbers for me are skewed in that way. And I'm happy to allow you to answer to that. But I'm having a difficult time understanding, in a budget as large as the budget that you are currently managing, with an increase that we're talking about the difference between $42 or $44 million, that we as a body of government can't shoulder that burden to ourselves instead of placing it on our residents and make the numbers work within a budget that doesn't allow our residents to incur an increase of a fee. So if you can help me with that very narrow issue regarding the percent increase, the inflationary numbers that we're all dealing with, and why it is that you can't run this budget with just $2 million less, that would help me get to where it is that you'd like me to go.
Sure, thank you for the question. Through the chair. So I'm looking at the page 49 that you're representing. This is the department's total budget, and so it's all funds. And so when you're looking at your carryover, that bigger portion of it is actually some restricted dollars that is a part of the department that's also on the disposal side. And that $318 million in carryover, only $18 million is for collections. The remainder is disposal. And so that's when you're looking at it from a totality and you're looking at the total budget, it kind of looks skewed, because it's everything. But when you take it at a side and you're only looking at collections, then you'll see that the number is not as large as it appears here. Because as we talked about the last time, there were several things that we were able to do to bring the cost down in the current year, and not even bringing it up at the 2.9% increase, only asking for 1%, because of the efficiencies that we've done. But that's what we're looking at here. It is the carryover that is actually going up, but it's mostly the restricted carryover that cannot assist or be utilized for the collection side of the house. I'm sorry,
Chief, she was looking at you. I didn't know if there was something that you wanted to add. Okay. And just to be clear, what you're saying is restricted. We can't use those funds, or we don't want to use those funds?
No, we cannot use those funds. They're the disposal funds. Some of those funds are based off of the code 24, that are utilized for different type of CIP projects, but it is on the disposal side. And so I cannot, by charter, utilize any of those dollars on the collection side of the house.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, and again, my wrap-up question before we move on. Despite a $44 million increase in your overall budget, and I understand the delineations that you just described, you are not able to run your department with $2 million less than what is being proposed. Otherwise, our residents will see an effect in their collection services. I want to make sure that that's the representation being made to the board.
Commissioner, we have worked hard, very hard.
I don't take that away, which is why I began the
but
line
the
of
answer is
questioning
yes.
by complimenting you. I recognize the work. I am grateful for it. I'm not taking any of that away from you. But again, the struggle between the board is we don't want to impose an increase in the fee on our. It's really that simple.
No, and
so the question is also very simple.
I don't either. And so the answer is yes, there will be impacts. So if we are not able to increase by the 1%, there will be impacts because we will have to have impacts on our services on the enforcement side, which will then have, correlations to illegal dumping or bulk waste pickups. We're right now using our enforcement officers to do the work that they've been doing on a regular basis, looking at our bulk waste pickups. We're making sure that those bulk pickups that are out there, they're scheduled. Looking at our TRC access, making sure that anyone that is utilizing our TRCs are customers that should be coming into the system. So they're doing that. Also looking at some of the resolutions that have come before this board with commercial recycling that, thank you, Commissioner Bastian, that asked us to take a look at. So we've been doing that, but in order for us to continue to do the work that we're doing at the same level of service, I need the positions that are in the budget. We've cut positions, we've frozen positions, but what I have in this budget is exactly what I need in order to continue to run the department efficiently. But I'll continue to do the work that we're doing, working with all of the recommendations that have come before this board. Commissioner Regalado has brought a lot of great ideas, and we're working through many of those, making great progress. Some of them are revenue generating, and I'm hopeful to be before you next year, being able to say, hey, we've been able to generate some revenue, and that's going to help us. But it takes time. There are contracts associated with many of those things, and so it's not something that I can't do immediately, but what I've asked for, the 1%, is what I need.
All right. You good? Okay, so I know that the Vice Chair wants to speak, Commissioner Regalado, but 1 second. I'd like to take a vote on this, but my question is to the maker of the item. In order to take whether we do a straw vote or we actually just vote on it, are you comfortable? Is it a friendly amendment, the one that Commissioner Regalado proposed, and she detailed out the 0.7? Are you comfortable with that? Is that a friendly amendment, just so that I know to do the vote with or without that?
Well, to the extent that Commissioner Regalado is ever friendly, yes, I would take it as a friendly amendment. This is why. I'll explain why, Mr. Chairman. Because she's actually done the work to actually try to reduce the cost of the system. So she's not laboring under this misconception that it just should never cost more. Like that's a misconception. At some point, the real honest conversation that she's having subtly now, but we need to have more overtly, is an explanation to the public that it's going to cost more. To Commissioner Cohen-Higgins' point, it seems like a huge budget and not that much of an increase. But we heard that before also when we used to borrow money from the disposal side to do collections, which is why we had to have the big increase last year. So we said last year we didn't want to do that anymore. We brought an item that required CPI, then bring back a fee contemplating CPI. They did it, and we're not going to vote on it. So I consider it a friendly amendment at the 0.7.
All right, so
Thank you.
I'm going to call a vote. And let me just call a vote. And
The only thing I want to clarify on the illegal dumping, that it is investigated. And if you could speak to that, because Commissioner Cohen-Higgins brought up that some property owners can get a ticket for illegal dumping. There is an investigation. There are some parameters. If you can explain that piece, because I think on the illegal dumping side, and by the way, our code has a specific rules for the South. So that's like a whole other issue. There are specific rules for the South that were brought by Dennis Moss. I know that Commissioner McGee knows them very well in terms of how that is investigated because of what happens out in more Chrome than in other areas. So if you could just clarify that point on the illegal dumping.
Hold on, we don't. No.
Well, it's part of the amendment. I'm just saying, if anybody has
but
any
we don't need
issues
to.
with that,
No issues with that.
Okay, all
We
right.
don't need to clarify that. But now, because you did that, now I have to recognize the vice chair, who also wanted to speak, and I was not going to allow him. But now I have to allow the vice chair to speak.
So you're not going to allow me to speak? I thought I was your man. I thought I was your boy. I thought I
but
was your
you've spoken
homeboy.
twice.
I got
She's
it.
spoken 17 times. I mean, like, at some point we got to call a vote here.
Yeah. No, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this has been a great discussion and a great exercise. I think I have a question for you.
Has it though?
Yeah, it's really enlightening because on one hand, what Commissioner Regalado brought up is brilliant, right? It's exactly what we need. We punish those who illegally dump in our community, force them to comply with the law, and on the other hand, we reduce the burden that the taxpayers will actually shoulder in this process. But let me ask you this: we've had a discussion that we have 87 open positions. We do not know how long those positions have been open. If we were to leave those positions open, or I'm sorry, if we were to not fill those positions for a fourth of the time, doesn't that save $2 million? Because that rate, it'd be a 25% attrition. If we were to simply say, okay, we'll keep it where it is. We will have an attrition rate at 25%. If we do an attrition rate at 25% over this period of time, there's a great likelihood that we save the $2 million that we're asking the taxpayers to put forth. Just a statement on the record. That's all.
I think that's a great point. I think the question is, and I think the mayor might have the answer. The question is, are the 87 funded positions fully funded for the full fiscal 12 months? So if it is, I mean, let's all be honest, we're not filling all 87 positions month one.
Right. Let's cut it in half.
I don't know you cut it in half. I mean, realistically, we're not filling all the positions day one. Madam Mayor, you're recognized.
Through the chair. These are not 87 positions that are sitting on the books. This is a snapshot in time. At that moment, there were 87 vacancies that cut across different functions in the department because people leave for a variety of reasons. And we, because it's the prudent thing to do, try to fill those positions so we don't have to incur overtime, so we don't have to cut service. That's basically, in life, there's attrition. There's attrition in the commission office. There's attrition in the commission auditor's office. That is part of how we manage our cash flow as well. So we've already taken into account that. As to whether we could increase the attrition numbers to reap some other savings, I defer to the people in budget to figure out whether that could reap some small savings. But again, these are positions that were identified as essential, and if not available, then there's more overtime and or less service. So definitely there's other things that could be cut, as have been mentioned. You know, Commissioner Regalado's done a deep dive into some aspects of it. That to be said, everything has its purpose. Education has its purpose. There are some of these mailers that go into the recycling bin that are mandated. So those are part of our WISE 305 to look at mandates like that to see which ones could be retired.
That might be mandated by us.
It could, exactly. Mandated exactly by the state or by local government or whatever source. So we certainly recognize that there's always opportunities to revisit and reduce those sorts of costs. But we did put together a budget that we thought would enable us to meet the service needs of the community.
All right. So with that, I'm going to call the question. We have a motion. We have a second. As amended, brings it down from a 1% increase to a 0.7% increase. Clerk, could you call to 0.7%? Yes.
0.7
Brings it
instead
down.
of 1.0, 0.7.
Yeah, to 0.7. Yes, not. Sorry. Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert.
Commissioner Gonzalez,
Nay.
Commissioner Hardeman, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Millian Orbis, Commissioner Regalado,
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg, Commissioner Bastian, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins,
No.
Vice Chairman McGee,
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote no.
Motion passes
All right.
7-5.
Okay, we're on to the next. All right.
That wasn't the last item on the agenda?
Don't you wish, my friend. Don't you wish. All righty. We are on to second reading. And I think we only have one item, Madam Attorney?
Yes, I'll read it quickly. 7A is an ordinance relating to the Rapid Transit System Development Zone, amending Chapter 33C of the Code, providing for the expansion of the Rapid Transit Zone and creating the Coral Gables University Station subzone of the Rapid Transit Zone, which could, through future action of this board, encompass property within a quarter-mile of the University Metro Rail Station, providing for county regulatory jurisdiction over properties added to the Coral Gables University Station subzone of the Rapid Transit Zone, providing for uses and creating standards, criteria, and procedures for approval of applications within the Coral Gables University Station subzone, adding certain private property to the Coral Gables University Station subzone, making technical changes, directing the mayor designee to coordinate and negotiate with the city of Coral Gables as to future interlocal agreement which could address additional concerns or considerations that may arise in the future, providing severability, inclusion in the code, and an effective date, and its supplement.
All right. Commissioner Regalado,
We have an amendment. Jerry, someone can read it.
you're recognized to read the amendment.
And the amendment, folks, is as a result of, I went before the city of Coral Gables. They had several requests, and I'm incorporating their requests in this amendment.
So that they feel comfortable with it.
Yes.
Commissioner Regalado moves to amend item 7A to 1, add a new setback requirement for parcels within 100 feet of any single-family residential district. 2, revise the open space requirement to be on net lot area instead of gross development area, and add a minimum open space requirement at ground level. 3, require signs to comply with Article 11 of the Coral Gables Code instead of Section 33C 3.2 of the county code, and 4, add a requirement for all development to comply with Coral Gables ambient standards for lightings. These amendments are to the proposed provisions in section 33C E18E, which appear on pages MDC 012, 013, and 015.
All right. We have a motion as amended by Commissioner Regalado. We
So
have
moved.
a second by Commissioner Higgins. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gilbert? I'm sorry? Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Hardeman? Commissioner Higgins? Commissioner Millian Orbis? Commissioner Regalado?
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg? Commissioner Bastian? Commissioner Cohen-Higgins?
4.
Senator Garcia? Vice Chairman McGee?
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez?
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
So the
Thank
item
you.
passed. All right, we're going to go ahead and move into the pool list, but before that, I'd like to recognize Commissioner Steinberg.
Thank you. I have a very quick motion before the person from fire leaves. I could read it, or someone from the attorney's office could read it.
Yeah.
I'll read it. Commissioner Steinberg moves to direct the county mayor's designee to execute an
Wait,
amendment.
wait. Start over?
to the-
Start over?
Commissioner Mickey Steinberg
No, I.
moves to direct the county mayor's designee to execute an amendment to the agreement between the county and North Bay Village for the development and lease of a fire rescue facility approved by this board pursuant to resolution number R809-24 to grant a one-year extension of time to the commencement and completion of construction deadlines.
All right, it's been moved. It's been seconded by Commissioner Cohen-Higgins. Any discussion on the item? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that motion passed. All right, Mr. Attorney, can we move into the pool list at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Before you do that, if I might, Commissioner Regalado would like to be listed as a co-sponsor on item 4F and 8L3.
Okay. All right. Show Commissioner Regalado as co-sponsor. 4F. What did you say? 4?
4F.
4F and 8L3. All right. All righty. Let's start with 2B10. Commissioner, well, not the senator because I don't see him. So, Commissioner from District 7, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Just
I wanted to see if David could come up. Thank you, David.
Morning.
So I pulled this one and the next one because I think that these reports are very important. You know, we had a different process at the school board. We actually had a special meeting when we closed the fiscal year and spent a serious amount of time looking at what happened last year as we revved up for what was coming the following year. And as I mentioned earlier, when we were talking about the CRAs, I think this is a good prelude to tomorrow as we discuss kind of what we budget and what actually happens. Because there's been a lot of misinformation as to our reports and what this commission is told in terms of what is the moving target, right? That is our budget. So, David, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to explain that because I know tomorrow people will be hangry and tired. So I think today and these two items are a good opportunity. These two quarterly reports walk us through what was projected and what actually happened. And some of them are very interesting when we go department by department because whether it's overtime or increases or changes in positions, it has an impact on what happens at the mid-year, and it has an impact as to what happens the next budget when we decide what to do with these departments. So if you could tell us a little bit about the placement of these two, why they're here, and what we should know in terms of the impact specifically on the general fund.
David Clodfelter, Office of Management and Budget. Well, obviously the two reports were delayed in being placed on the agenda. The reports, as you mentioned, Commissioner, goes through each department, explains what's going on, if there are any deviations from what is budgeted, being forecasted. The primary department that have been mentioned on these quarterly reports were corrections, and I'm very happy to say that they've changed the forecast throughout the year drastically compared to last year. They were, when we started the year, they were projected primarily due to overtime, about $15 million over. Now their latest forecast is approximately 4, which is huge, and that in primarily because they were able to recruit more last year, over 100 officers, and this year they've made also quite a bit of headway in hiring. So that was the quote-unquote standard deviation on these reports, and these reports we explain by department again what's going on, and we can elaborate. We can make any changes to that if you'd like.
So when we talk about what's happening and how these two impact the fiscal year, we're seeing these a little late as you mentioned, but the purpose of them is to provide context, right? As we move into the mid-year and then the close of the year. So one of the things that is misunderstood when we talked about what was swept in our last memo in preparation for tomorrow was the amounts that were budgeted. So you mentioned corrections. James, since you're here, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that because we've been talking a lot about corrections. One of the interesting things here is we do see a reduction in your overtime in Q1 and Q2, but we also discussed, and it's not in these spreadsheets, you do have an increase in bodies. So if you could please speak to the increase in humans that you are serving and what that looks like in terms of units. Because I think when we look at inmates, right, we count inmates, but there is a price associated by unit, if you could explain that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Through the chair. James Reyes, Chief of Public Safety, Miami-Dade County. So you make a great point, Commissioner. So not only have we decreased drastically the amount of overtime that we're expending, but at the same time, we've also increased our inmate population. So compared to this time last year, we have approximately 400 to 500 on any given day right now, more inmates in our custody. And we've been able to decrease our overtime despite that. As David alluded to, obviously, by aggressive hiring practices where we've hired over 100 sworn officers, but also by overtime mitigation and being aggressive in how we mitigate our overtime use at the departmental level. So obviously, by having more inmates, and as we know, here in Miami-Dade County, we have one of the most critical need-based inmate populations in the country. About 70% of our inmate populations on our mental health caseload. So we're not going to open additional jails. So what that requires, to your point, is more bodies, right? More sworn officers in order to ensure the public safety of our community.
Thank you. David, you mentioned changes to this form. One of the things that I think that we should consider moving forward, just to make everyone's life easier when we talk about solid waste, we do break it down into proprietary and non-proprietary, but I think we should break it down further into disposal and collection. Just because, again, I think it provides clarity, right? So we don't have folks saying that, you know, that wasn't clear from the go. And I know that we haven't really had an opportunity to talk about the enterprise, and I'll be talking about that at the next appropriations meeting before our second budget hearing. But I did want to ask a little bit about IT and what we see in Q1 and Q2 for information technology. In terms of expenditures, because one of the things that I don't think we have the bandwidth in this budget, but I think we should definitely tackle at some point, is the charges that they have to other departments and how their revenue are extracted from different departments. So I know that we've been trying to curtail some of that, but again, in terms of, and I know I've spoken to the administration about this, we need some changes to IT, but when we look at corrections, when we look at other departments, we're seeing that those numbers are very large, and it's not clear from the way that we're breaking down this particular quarterly report how much of that is being taken from the different departments. So that would be my other, on the IT side, I would like to see it by department, because I think that would be very useful to the board moving forward, so we can tackle this at the mid-year and not just have it at the end.
Through the chair, Commissioner, if I may.
I recognize, Mayor.
Thank you. So we are actually going through a total redesign of IT, and we've certainly heard your remarks, and we are looking for a new director. And we've also combined our CCED, Communications and Community Experience Department, into IDT, so some cost savings there as well, and efficiencies. And the report that you are referencing, of course, is in time, and there's actually been significant change since that report. And if wanted any further questions, our Chief Edwards is working on it.
I'm aware, I'm just saying, moving forward, as we get these, Q reports, I think it would just be better on IT if it's broken down by what they're charging each of the independent departments, because I think that would provide us some clarity. So I think on the solid waste, we need to have it broken down by collections versus disposal, because there's a big difference. And I think on the IT side, we need more detail as to their charges to the different departments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chairman.
Senator Garcia, and then Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you for that. Mine's along the same lines, and I think we will have less questions if we would have more detail to these numbers. The same thing that happens with our budget. Listen, it's not your fault. It's the way the way that we've been operating for the last 20, 30 years in this community. But Madam Mayor, you're talking about a redesign of IT. I think it's important for us to have a redesign of our budget and our budget practices, because Commissioner Regalado wouldn't have those questions if we would have a little more detailed into how these expenditures and where these monies are coming and going. So I know I have a motion, not a motion today, but I'm working on an ordinance making sure that we do give detailed budgets, not only to this county commission, but to the residents of this community know exactly where these dollars are going. And again, I recognize it's not a fault of any of you right now, but we've been asking for these detailed numbers, not only detailed numbers, but the line by line item budgets, so we can know exactly where we are, and we wouldn't have these questions right now if we wouldn't have those detailed numbers before us right now.
All right. You good? All right. Commissioner Cohen-Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled 2B10 and 2B11, and to David, thank you for being here. I'm just wondering, as a commission, when we receive departmental reports for the first quarter and the second quarter of 2024 in the third quarter of 2025, I'm just wondering, what value does that bring to the board? They're so far after the fact, right? I mean, we're 2 days away from voting on a budget. So it's not a hypothetical question. I mean it. How is that helpful to us to see these numbers a year and a half after they take place?
I recognize the placement of both of these and the timing of it is not
It's not up to our
not
standards.
perfect, yes.
We recognize that.
I'm sorry?
It's not up to our standards, Commissioner, and in the past, we have been more timely, and we recognize, and of course, our plan is not to be so delayed.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And, again, this wouldn't be an issue if we were not in the budgetary situation that we're in, right? I mean, I think that otherwise 2B10 and 2B11 would have passed and nobody would have really focused on it. But as my colleagues have said, these reports, and as you know, are here to help us prepare. And so when we're getting them as late as we are, it makes it very difficult to do exactly that. And so when you look at the original resolution, which dates all the way back to 2007, it doesn't actually have a specified date that it's asking you to place these on an agenda. So you're actually not out of compliance in any way. It doesn't have a timeline mandate built in. I don't want to have to bring an item on this. I would love for us to have these quarterly reports shortly after the quarter ends, so that we as commissioners that are voting on these budgets are being apprised of these numbers more closely, as close as we possibly can get to real time, as opposed to as delayed as these particular items are. So I appreciate the acknowledgement. I'm certainly supportive of it. And thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair.
All right. With that, the Commissioner Steinberg moves the item. Yeah, no, wait.
I'll move them both. I'll move them both.
All right, Commissioner Regalado moves
I'm Regalado.
it, seconded by, yeah, I was getting there. Vice Chair seconds it. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. So item 2B10 report passed. I'm going to go out of order for a second and call up 8L5, our zoning item. If the director needs to read anything into the record. We'll resume in just.
Which item? I'm so sorry, Mr. Chair.
805. It's not.
805.
Yeah, you can. You're good.
Mr. Chair, the zoning director will read the opening statement, and then we'll also need to have any potential witnesses sworn in. Please note that the public hearing on this item was already held.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eric Silva, RER. In accordance with the Code of Miami-Dade County, all items to be heard today have been legally advertised in the newspaper. Notice have been mailed and the properties have been posted. Additional copies of the agenda are available here in the chambers. Items will be called up to be heard by agenda number and name of applicant. Please note, board action on any item at today's meeting may be reconsidered and additional action may be taken on such an item at the same meeting. Applicants and the members of the public may govern themselves accordingly.
All right,
Rec-
thank you.
The record and file for the hearing on each application will include documents from the public agencies from the Department of Regulatory and Economic Resources. And where there's an appeal from the Community Zoning Appeals Board, we also have transcript from those hearings. All documents are physically present today, available to all interested parties, and available to the members of the Board of County Commissioners who may examine these items from the record during the hearing. Parties have the right of cross-examination. This statement, along with the fact that all witnesses have been sworn in, may be included in the transcript of these proceedings, will be included in the transcript of these proceedings. In addition, there's an official translator present in the chambers for those individuals requiring such assistance. Will the clerk please swear in the witnesses?
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please, thank you. Please be seated.
All right. With that, once again, as the attorney stated, a public hearing was already had and closed on this item. Commissioner from District 3, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I also need to make a Jennings disclosure in this matter because I recognize this is a zoning matter. We signaled the last time this was here, at least when I was present, that I will have conversations with the applicant to decide how our public benefits will be designated. And so we had those conversations. And so if we can, I think we've already made a presentation on this matter, but at least I know that there are some things that need to be clarified on the record. We can have those things put on the record, and then I will move to approve the item.
All right, you're recognized for a presentation specifically outlining the differences, because we've already heard.
No, not necessarily that, but it's through the county attorney's office that we need to
Okay, even better.
put on the record. Yeah.
All right, if the county attorney can put on the record the differences in the application.
Yes, Mr. Chair. A revised covenant was distributed this morning. And in addition, there's a few additional revisions that were proffered by the applicant. And Mr. Penn, perhaps you can confirm. I can go through them quickly, or you can.
You can. I think the commissioner asked you to do it.
There's a reference to a particular scholarship fund at the University of Miami. There's just a correction to delete college scholarships because it's a law school scholarship fund. And then in the paragraph related to residential units for district that would be set aside for District 3 residents, there's some references to how residency would be determined, including through looking at whether individuals formerly resided in the district, and there are some additional examples of documentation related to residency that would be accepted. And in addition, there's a provision that refers to cost of construction and provides that for purposes of this paragraph, cost of construction shall mean generally accepted expenses associated with residential construction and shall not include any extraordinary expenses not typically included in residential development cost per square foot calculations. So those would be additional changes to the covenant that was distributed this morning, which had been provided by the applicant, I believe, yesterday. And also the condition 2, staff's condition 2, which references the covenant, would be updated accordingly.
Thank you. And the applicant agrees with that because they proffered the covenant.
Yes, Russell Galbert for the record, and the applicant agrees to the profited covenant.
All right, Commissioner from District 3.
Yeah, I move the item as amended.
Second.
So the item moved as amended. Commissioner Hardiman, seconded by Commissioner Regalado. Abby, do you need to?
Just very quickly, it's approval per staff recommendation, but with the revision to condition 2 and the revised covenant provisions distributed this morning and as per the changes that I read.
Of course. With that, we need a roll call. So clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
I'd like to have the actual clerk call the roll. Can we do that? Do that? No, I'm just messing with you. It's your choice. You can, but if you want to do it, let's have the clerk do it. Let's have the clerk. No.
I have an item coming up too. He can do mine too, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Now, clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Gonzalez.
4.
Commissioner Hardiman. Commissioner Higgins. Commissioner Millian Orbis. Commissioner Regalado.
Yes.
Commissioner Steinberg. Commissioner Bastian.
Yes.
Commissioner Quinn Higgins.
I vote yes.
Senator Garcia. Commissioner Gilbert. Vice Chairman McGee.
Yes.
Chairman Rodriguez.
I vote yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
And I'll formally welcome Clerk Fernandez Barquin to the chamber. So thank you for joining us. All right, real quick, before we continue the pool list, I know we have quite a few. If the attorney can read a few motions regarding hold extensions, just because one of our colleagues has to leave, so.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Pursuant to Rule 5.06A4 of this board's Rules of Procedure, Chairman Rodriguez, Vice Chairman McGee, Commissioner Bastian, Commissioner Bermudez, Commissioner Cohen-Higgins, Senator Garcia, Commissioner Gilbert, Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Higgins, Commissioner Milian Orbis, and Commissioner Regalado each moved to extend indefinitely the approval period for all legislative requests eligible for an extension made by each respective commissioner. Commissioner Bermudez is requesting that another commissioner make this motion on his behalf.
Happy to move it.
Additionally, Commissioner Hardiman moves pursuant to Rule 5.06A4 of this board's Rules of Procedure to extend for 90 days the approval period for all legislative requests eligible for an extension made by Commissioner Hardiman.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Regalado. We have a second by the Vice Chair. And all in favor signify by saying aye.
And I'm making JC's request.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned you, yeah. But yes, all of those are done by Raquel and Keone, Commissioner and Vice Chair. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show those extended. You can leave. All right.
Mr. Chairman, while we're in the sunshine, as you know, November 5th will be my last day, so some of my items I'm going to need some help shepherding across the finish line. I was wondering, Commissioner Gilbert, would you co-prime item 4B today as that moves through the process?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, show him co-priming 4B. The next item, 2B11.
Chairman, I have a point of information.
Sure.
Just before I step out, today is the last official board meeting for the Chief of Staff to the Mayor, Joanna Cerrone. She's somewhere back there. Joanna, she's going on to do something other than this. And so I wish her Godspeed. I thank her for her friendship and her service to the county. While we haven't always agreed, I know that she's always tried her best to actually do the right thing for the people and the business of Miami-Dade County. So if we could just give her a round of applause.
Joanna deserves that. Thank you, Joanna. Where is Joanna?
I told her I was going to recognize her, and she ran.
That makes sense. That makes sense. All right. Senator Cohen-Higgins and Regalado, 2B11, did you all need to relitigate that, or was just, can I just have a motion to?
Move it.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Regalado, seconded by the Vice Chair. All in favor signify by saying aye. All right, show that report approved. 3B1, Commissioner from District 11, you're recognized as a polling commissioner.
I just pulled this item to ask the sponsoring commissioner if he would allow me to co-sponsor.
All right, show the commissioner co-sponsored? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, Prime Co.
Prime code.
Yes.
All right, show Commissioner Gonzalez priming 3B1. You're the only polling commissioner. With that, the Vice Chair moves the item. Commissioner Gonzalez seconds the item. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. 3B1 passes.
Now, Mr. Chair, that would be 3B1 substitute.
Yes.
3B1 substitute. Okay. Sorry about that. 3B2, Commissioner from District 7, you're recognized.
I just have something quick on the record. I know that this has to do with someone decided to and we're going to talk about the Northeast Corridor and someone's running a truck. That's bizarre. But okay. I just wanted some specificity about the mobility fees that are being used for this. And I'm glad to see that we're moving forward on something because we were all a little nervous about it. So I'm glad that we're moving forward on it. I just want to make sure because it says that the match is coming from the mobility fee. So from the general pot of the mobility fee or the mobility fee as allocated by the districts impacted? It's just the question.
I will defer to our director, Stacy Mills here. We're ratifying a grant.
Yes.
We've received to study doing TODs on that corridor. even if that corridor were not to move forward, we think there's a lot of learning that could be had from that. The question is the match for the grant.
Yeah, so it says the match is coming from the mobility fee, and it's the mobility fee of those districts, or is it just generally the mobility fee, is the question?
Stacy Miller, Director of Department of Transportation and Public Works, through the.
Hi, Stacy, Madam Director, can you put the mic closer to you so we can hear you? Thank you.
I sure can. Is it on now?
Yes.
Good. Yes, Commissioner, it's coming from the districts.
Okay, great. The other thing that I would mention, we had a tri-rail meeting where we talked a lot about all these things. And we actually had a presentation that we did on transit-oriented development that we could do in our sites. And obviously, there is, in theory, we'll see what happens. We're very supportive of the Northeast Corridor, but at the design district, and I know that we've talked about this before, we don't want to upset the NEPA, but at the design district, Tri-Rail does run by there. So we just approved in Keon's district a developer that's doing Little River, and that's a Tri-Rail station, and we had a presentation at our meeting. This is one that could also be done that way. I know that if we pull it out of the NEPA, there may be some chaos. So I'm just saying, as you study the possibilities for TOD there, could you please consider a Tri-Rail station? Because that could happen quickly, depending on what happens with the other moving parts. So as we say legally, not in competition, but in collaboration, just if we can look at those options. That's all I'm putting out there.
Will do.
Thank you. Vote now. So 3B2 and substitute, are we moving this item?
Happy to move it.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor? All against? So item passes.
3B2 substitute.
Yes. And it looks like District 7 pulled 8L4.
Flipping. So I mentioned 804. I pulled it just because we had a sunshine meeting and we talked a little bit about all things water when we were going through our fees. And one of the things that came up is an existing agreement that we have with Hialeah for the water plant that hasn't opened, and we pay them over $3 million a year, even though the water plant hasn't opened and they haven't met their obligations. So I just want to put that on the radar. I know that this one is separate, but Director Coley, if you could just speak a little bit about the services that we provide, because one of the things that happens that we don't talk about much is we provide the water testing for everyone. So if you could talk a little bit about this item and the service that we're providing to Hialeah, because I think when we talk about these independent water systems, they're not as independent as they seem.
This item, Lourdes, from RER, will give you the details on it. This one is not directly related to the water treatment facility, but Lourdes was prepared to explain this one.
Right. So Lourdes, as you come down, I know that it's a little bit outside of it, but again, we have all these different agreements, and there's a lot of money interchange. I think it would behoove everyone to kind of take a global look at them. So if you could speak a little bit about this one.
Yes, Lourdes Gomez, RER. This particular agreement is for water quality sampling that we do that for many jurisdictions as part of their obligations to meet the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System requirements, the stormwater system requirements, which ensures that the effluents from their drainage systems are not adversely impacting water quality. So that's the purpose of the agreements, and again, Durham does water quality sampling routinely, and they perform these services on behalf of a number of municipalities that manage their stormwater systems.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, happy to move it. I just think it's important to discuss that there's several agreements. Some of them in compliance, some of them not. And I think at some point, we should do a comprehensive look at all of these agreements and see where we're at.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Moved by Commissioner Regalado, second by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor, showing that this is the resolution. All in favor? All against? So the item passes. Okay. I see that Commissioner Cohen Higgins, you released AP 5, which is still on the pull list for Regalado, Commissioner Regalado. All right. I see now we have District 3. You pulled 8L5. It looks like we did that one already. Okay. And 8N8, District 7, you pulled that item?
I'm happy to release AP5 also.
Okay. So you're going to release 8N8?
AP5.
AP5? Okay. So let's move it, showing it was moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by Commissioner Cohen Higgins. All in favor? Aye. All against? So that the item passes? Wow, this is good. We're moving pretty quickly here. All right. Back to 8N8. Commissioner Regalado, that was your pull?
So this one, I just wanted to note, and again, we're all about being supportive, and as we talk more about transit in the next 24 hours, I think it's important to note that some of us have been able to fix these facilities by TODs and redevelopment, but that is not available to everyone, right? But it's so important. We talk so much about escalators and elevators because obviously for ADA reasons, we need to have them operating, but bathrooms are just as important. And these are necessary components. So I just wanted to pull it to kind of flag it for folks because these facilities are over 30 years old. And I know that Higgins and I have been working to redevelop ours and fix them that way. So we've been able to do, I did Grove Station, we did 37, we're working on South Miami, but some of these that don't have the TODs, that has to be taken, from the PTP. So happy to move it.
Thank you. Showing it was moved by Commissioner Regalado, second by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor? All against? So item passes. All right, so we do have District 13 and District 8. You both pull 8P3. So District 13, would you like to have your remarks? District 8, would you like to have your remarks at this moment?
I didn't.
Thank you.
I never pulled this item.
There was confusion about 8P3. Did that get pulled?
Mr. Attorney, who do you have showing pull the item? I have District 13 and District 8.
We have Senator Garcia, District 13.
Did someone? We'll pass that item until Senator. Commissioner Orbis, point of personal privilege. Would you like to have the floor?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gonzalez, I've asked the County Attorney's Office to prepare legislation relating to the county's fleet of electric vehicles, and I've been advised that you have a prior pending similar request relating to DTPW's fleet of electric buses, and I'd be interested in working with you as a co-prime sponsoring this legislation in this area if you would be so inclined.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let's
Thank
do
you,
it.
sir.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Are we on AP3? All right, Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize, I wasn't in the back. I do have a question of administration as to this extension that's costing us $12 million, I think, for 1 year. I believe, yes. What was the issue that caused this extension, and why are we on the hook for another $12 million?
Well,
It's AP3.
AP3.
Good afternoon, Namita Upal to the chair. Commissioner, Senator, the contract was ending last year, and consistent with the board adopted policy to start the re-procurement 2 years in advance, which we did. and the scope development and the RFP development took longer than expected, and we needed continuity of services, so that's why we are here asking the board to approve the extension while we finish the RFP process, which is, we already have proposals in, and we hope to finish evaluation and negotiation hopefully by the end of this year, and then we can terminate this contract for convenience. And the contract ends this month, not last year. That was wrong.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I may, I appreciate the explanation, and I have a great deal of respect for you, I do. And this is not a, with all due respect, moment. I just think that we need to be mindful, and I know we have to continue to pay for these services, and these are services we're going to pay regardless. But when we see a continuation of a contract for another year that's going to cost us $12 million because we had issues with the procurement, then that's telling me that we have an issue with our procurement office. Do we need more staff? Do we need more? What is it? Because we knew this was going to be up. And are we lacking? Because I know I have a great deal of respect for you. So what was the issue that caused us not to be able to reprocure this?
Well, so I'll address the staffing issue separately, but this specific procurement was not for the lack of trying. The staff started working in May of 2023 together, my staff and Ralph's staff. So it took them almost a year, more than a year, to retune the scope of work, making sure all of the needs are met, are accounted for. Plus, there's a heavy technology component, so technology keeps changing, so it took us a little longer. And then, of course, structuring the RFP in a way that we get decent proposals, it just took longer. So I'm not going to use the excuse of staffing but there is a staffing issue separate.
We'll talk a little about it. Mr. Director, if you may, please give your 2 cents on this, please. Thank you.
Commissioner, Senator, just to make it clear, so yeah, our technical team took longer to develop the specs. Obviously, as Namada mentioned, because of the technical nature of the actual RFP. So we did take longer. We've already addressed it with our staff, and we put procedures in place so that doesn't happen again. Now, I will tell you that the good news is, as Namada mentioned, the procurement is already pretty much on its way. We've received proposals, and we have termination clauses in the actual contract. So we're not going to spend the entire $12 million. Once the new contract comes on board, we will terminate this extension.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, so you said you did identify issues within your staff as to the delay. What measures are now in place to make sure this doesn't happen again? You mentioned it. This is why I'm just asking you.
That's fine. We've established deadlines for our staff, our technical staff, when they produce the scopes of work, to get them to Namada's team earlier so we don't have this issue come up again.
I'm going to trust you on this, Mr. Director. I have a great deal of respect for you as well.
Sure.
But this is one of those issues that we keep on finding ourselves time and time again, not only you, but at the county, where we find ourselves extending because of procurement issues. And we always have to be mindful that this is taxpayers' money. This is our parents. This is our grandparents. These are people who are living paycheck to paycheck, who are looking to us to make the right decisions on their behalf. And yet, when we see another extension for $12 million and we have budget shortfalls, that is a tough pill to swallow. I just want to make sure that we become mindful of these type of extensions and make sure we do what we need to do.
Through the chair, if I could, Chairman.
You recognize, Chief.
Thank you. Senator, we're not wasting taxpayer money because we would have spent that telecom money anyway with a new contract. It's just that we had to extend this contract so we wouldn't have a gap of service. We would have been spending those dollars. And the likelihood is, my guess is, when we put out the new contract, and when we get the final bids and review them, it's probably going to be more expensive than our old contract. So I'm just saying, it wasn't that we spent money we didn't have. It was just we had to extend the contract so we can finally enter the new one.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the argument, and I take that as valid, but the reality is that there's processes in place that weren't met. And because processes weren't met, that means that we're extending a contract that otherwise could have been reprocured. And yes, we're saying it's going to be more money, but we don't know if it's going to be more money or not because we haven't reprocured it. So that means that there was an issue somewhere. And if it's just an issue that is a one-time deal, that is an isolated event, okay, I get it. But we've seen this before. And again, I think it's just, we need to start changing the business mindset to how we do things, because it's still, it doesn't look right that we're extending another contract, it's $12 million, and I understand we're still gonna pay, but we should be a little more mindful of that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move the item.
Thank you, Senator. And do we have a second? Senate item second by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor? All against? Shows the item passes. All right, so District 7, you pull 11A1. Oh.
So I wanted to thank Commissioner Bastian for this item. I think that both her items are very thoughtful, and we've talked about them before. The only thing that I'm concerned about is that they may have a disparate income on lower income families. So that's my only concern. And I know that we've talked about in the past, I brought an item for Airbnb, and one of the issues was, how do we determine that, right? Like, how do we determine who, how much trash an Airbnb makes? It has been my observation, living in an area where there's a lot of Airbnb and seeing how much trash they produce, that Airbnb produces more. That's just my what I've noticed. So my question is, in terms of the metrics here, because one of the conversations we were having with staff was, how are we going to measure the trash? So if the director could kind of clarify, are we looking at potentially, I mean, are you just going to come back and tell us that it's like really expensive to figure out how much, who's throwing away what? I know we've talked about in the past, like cameras and weighing them. Are we going to do a pilot? And if so, can we also figure out the Airbnb issue? Because I think that there is a separate fee that we could levy against those properties, which would be another income source.
You recognize, Madam Director.
Thank you. Anisha Daniel, Director Solid Waste, through the chair. Some of the things that we've been looking at is volume-based, which is consistent through the industry, as opposed to weight-based. Volume-based, what it allows us to do through a pay-as-you-throw program, allows us to actually look at a fee based off a 96-gallon versus a 35-gallon or a 65-gallon cart, and how many carts. And so, as opposed to having a different truck and having a weight scale on the truck. So that's the system that we are evaluating and looking at the industry across the board to see how that works out. The one municipality we know that has been doing it for a very long time is San Francisco, California, and they seem to have gotten it, been doing really well with it, but we're evaluating it across the board.
Okay, if that's the case, moving forward, because we also have the list of folks that are doing Airbnb. So if we're going to be doing, what we're talking about is doing different size trash cans. We're all on board? That's what we're talking about? Okay. So we're going to be doing different size trash cans. Is there an opportunity to do a larger one for those Airbnb folks and charge them more? So if we're doing smaller, are we going to do like small, medium, or large? Or are we just going to do like small and large?
Through the chair, we currently have those sizes. We have 35, 65, and 95-gallon carts right now, but that's based on an individual that decides they just want a smaller cart, but we don't charge based on the size of your cart right now. So on pay-as-you-throw, as I mentioned, can be weight-based or volume-based, and so that's what we're looking at.
Right, but we charge everyone the same fee.
Yes.
So even if you have a smaller trash can, you're getting charged the same fee. Just people are using, and by the way, I live in the city of Miami, and I've told the city, I don't use both of my trash pickups. I need more recycling, right? Because I create more recycling than I do trash, right? So it all depends on the habits of the human. So I think it's a great idea, and it's an easy solution to it. Do we know how many folks are using the smaller cans? Is that something that you could provide us with as part of this report? I'm just trying to get like as much data as possible so that we can like effectuate it. I don't want it to come back and like we're doing this for like 6 more months.
No, we have that data. I don't have it readily available, but we do have that data.
Okay. So I think it would be important for us to know who has the small, medium, and large cans, like how many humans are doing that. And then if the pickup is the same, right? So you're saying the one-armed bandit comes and the pickup is the same. So they're not different in width, they're different in height, we would assume, right? Then can we then also look at what I was talking about in terms of Airbnb and matching those folks up with this list? Because when you read how this would work, right? So Commissioner Bastian has a great idea. How this would work is the human would decide, I want to pay less, I want a small trash can, or I want a bigger one, right? And then they would pay perspective on that. So if then we could bring the list of Airbnbs with which Lourdes has, and we can say, look, you're using your property in a more commercial than a residential way. We want to mandate that you use the bigger trash can. We could do that, right? Jess is looking at me concerned about a preemption. It's more trash, Jess. It's more trash. So that I'm just flagging it as something, as a possible revenue stream there, right? Because I think that they have people come in on long weekends. They produce more trash. We know that they're putting trash in the recycling bin. And then the other thing that I think we should add to this that would be super helpful is to put together the folks that are doing recycling wrong. So there are folks that, remember we passed an item where we're saying, stop putting trash in the recycling bin. You do it once, slap on the wrist. You do it twice, here's a fine. You do it 3 times, we take your can, okay? Go back to that list and get those people to use the bigger trash can.
Okay.
Right? Because they don't know how to recycle. So they're putting stuff that's trash in the recycling bin. So maybe they just need a bigger trash can. So that way, we're not just saying that we're going to go out there and people are going to choose pay as you throw. We're using the data that we already have to already delineate that there are humans that have a problem with this, and we're going to suggest a can to them. So those people that have problems, we're going to say, you may want a bigger trash can, right? So if they request a smaller trash can, that may not happen so easily there. So I think it's a great item. I want to add more stuff to it so that we can effectuate something quickly. So I think that there's a lot of data that we have on this, that since we're going down this road, I think it's a good opportunity to create something that's a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner, through the chair. Thank you, Commissioner Regalado. I think these are valid questions. And then I know, Director, you've always been very proactive, very engaging. And then thank you for your efforts in working in participation while we were working on this item. So these are valid questions, especially about the Airbnb, Commissioner Regalado. So I agree that we should include all this because this item is about, as you know, efficiency and effectiveness to make sure that not only the residents, but the developers and service providers can benefit from a cleaner, safer, and more sustainable community. So I think these are questions that are valid that should be included. And then I really would appreciate my colleagues' support, and together we can build a cleaner and safer environment for all. Thank you again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have a second? Commissioner Bastian moved the item. Second by Commissioner Regalado. All in favor? Moved as amended, correct?
Yes.
All in favor? All against? Show item moved as amended. The next item is District 13. You pulled 11A4, and you also pulled 11A8. So you have the next 2 items.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, 11A4 is quick. Actually, we were talking about the CRAs, and this goes to the heart of it. This is an item that will ask the administration to look at the CRAs and give us a report on the active status and recent achievements of each agency, total number of county contributions, and the projected annual amounts of county contributions for the next 5 years. So that, I think it goes to some of the issues that we had earlier, but Mr. Chairman, I pulled it for an amendment that will increase the reporting date from 30 to 60 days for the administration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bastian?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank you, Senator, for bringing this item. This resolution, I believe, is a positive step for our CRAs to understand the positive impact that CRAs have in our community without undermining their essential role in to revitalize our underserved communities. So CRAs, as we know, have been instrumental to eliminate blight, slum, attract investments, like we heard this morning, improve quality of life. This report, Senator, can help highlight their successes and identify areas for continued support. So I really appreciate it. So I hope that this resolution calls for a factual, county-wide report on the CRA, and then not to question their existence, but to ensure that public investments are aligned with community outcomes. In our district, for example, in District 2, CRAs like Northwest 7th Avenue Corridor, Northwest 79th Street Corridor, North Miami, Opaloka, and North Miami Beach are already making a lot of progress in District 2. So this report, Senator, is an opportunity to showcase their achievements. That is why I'd like to offer two friendly amendments to ask you if you would be willing to include who was in charge of the CRAs at the time, and specifically if it was a municipality or a county. That's number one. Who was in charge, municipality or the county? I also would like to ask you to include the refund amount given back to the county at that time, as negotiated in the agreements. So two friendly amendments that I'd like to offer. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner Bastian. Senator, are they friendly amendments to your item?
I just want to be clarified. So you want to include in the report as to when the creation of the CRA, if it was a county or the municipality was in charge?
Yes, and then the second,
Okay with that.
the refund amounts as negotiated in the interlocal agreements.
The interlocal agreements for how much money has been given back to?
Yes, yeah.
The percentage, listen, I'm okay with that, but the whole purpose of this amendment of this item is just to see how the money has been spent. But I'm not trying to go criticize them or attack them. So
It's not criticizing, Senator. It's
no,
about.
I'm telling you what I'm trying not to do.
Okay, I understand. I understand.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, Senator, you've accepted both of the proposed amendments by Commissioner Bastian?
I don't see why not. That's
Okay. Are there any other questions on this item? Commissioner Regalado?
Thank you. And Commissioner Garcia, I think it's a good item. The only thing that I would mention is you have on here that, recent achievements that could go in so many directions. I would really like to see their investment in infrastructure and transit. Those are the two that I'm interested in. Specifically stormwater and water and sewer. Yeah, so,
You can add that too.
and transit, because there's a mandate. So we've talked about how they have to invest in transit. It's a good way to figure that out while we're doing this.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take that as a friendly amendment, so you can add that to the prong A, and we can include that as part of the recent achievements plus those. I'm perfectly fine with it.
Commissioner Regalado, any other?
No,
Don't ask her any other. Move the item, for God's sakes. She got what she wanted.
All right, all in favor? We have a motion, we have a second.
As amended.
As amended and double amended and all the amendments. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Show that item passed. All right, that was 11A4?
8-8.
All right, now it's 1188. Senator Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is on Commissioner Regalado's item. I see that she has a definition of, we talked about definitions earlier, definition of mini dumps. I think we should think about, reconsider our calling them mini dumps to collection centers or so forth, because if we're looking at establishing these in different neighborhoods, I think it's,
Happy to do
and I know
it.
where you were going with it, but
Yeah, I gotta say, happy to do it, and my folks in Pinecrest, they love them their mini dump. So, I think people call them mini dumps. I'm happy to call them collection centers. One of the reasons that I wanted to bring this item is our former Parks Director wasn't really a fan of them, and there was some little animosity as to putting these in parks. I will tell you that if done properly, they're very impactful in parks. People like them. It's a great opportunity to collect yard waste. It really is, and it'll cut down on a lot of our large, bulky pickup. I know that we're picking it up faster, but why even put it out there when you could just take it to the mini dump or collection site? So I'm more than happy to amend it to add, collection site. We are looking at different rebranding of them, but even my bougie people call them mini dumps. So, we decided to stick with the colloquial. Yes, my bougie people. But they really are a tremendous resource, and specifically when it comes to green waste, I think they could make a big impact. So thank you for your support.
All right, so we've got a motion, we've got a second. Senator Garcia is pleased with
Move it
all
as
that.
amended.
Moved as amended. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Where we at? 14A3. Commissioner from District 2, you're recognized. 14A3, you pulled it?
I did, just for a friendly amendment. I'd like to first, yes. All my amendments have been friendly. What are you talking about?
I didn't say anything.
All right, well, your face.
Hey. all right.
Non-verbal communication.
Point of personal privilege.
Point of order.
Point of order. Point of order.
As the maker,
What's wrong with my face?
As the maker, I will say that her amendments are always friendly, and the chair hasn't had lunch.
He's been picking on someone else's food.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So,
Right. Go ahead,
thank you so much, Commissioner, for your hard work and for bringing this item. And I believe that this information that I'm going to share is about county employees, which I said that our last meeting is our greatest assets. I wanted to really address something extremely important that we discuss. Because I've heard for so many employees, Madam Mayor and staff, who've received notice that they will no longer have employment. And this really shows us that nobody is immune to the high cost of living increase, and this is generating so much crisis among our county employees. So as we're facing as many of our employees are facing potential layoffs, we could potentially contribute to opening many lives. And then I've received calls, and I've seen many on social media talking about, notice that is telling them that they no longer, have employment. I've heard personal stories from employees, like I said, and then I'm gravely concerned about that. To be clear, these are people, our employees are people with real bills, including putting food on the table, transportation, helping their elderly parents, paying their rent or mortgage. So this is very concerning to me. So I have a couple of questions for the administration. First, what is the total number of proposed terminations in Miami-Dade County right now? What is the total number of proposed terminations?
Yes, I thank you, Commissioner. So we have a number that's in the high 300s. The exact number our budget director can get you. I do want to say that, of course, we have an active pipeline, but also the item in question speaks to priority hiring within the departments that do have positions, and that is exactly what we are doing, and that is our policy.
Can you tell us about the options in the process that is in place right now to place employees?
Yes. So, well, we have Virginia Washington, who's our Deputy Director PIOD over Human Resources, and she can tell you about the process.
Through the chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. So those individuals whose positions are slated to be impacted via the budget, we are working with those departments, one on the communication to them that we in PIOD HR will be assisting them in identifying available vacancies and referring them to those positions for which they qualify.
So the problem is some of them are being told that they are terminated. They are being terminated, right now. I mean, how are they expected to leave? I mean,
So, if the position is being eliminated, those individuals will receive a notice. We have not issued those notifications as of yet. We're working with the departments. I know that they've had conversations with some employees about the funding for positions, maybe some grants that may be eliminated, and that therefore those positions will be impacted. But we've not issued those notifications for employees yet to be laid off.
I know that our interview process takes time.
Yes.
For good reasons. I mean, there are processes to go through, right? Background search and all. How long is the interview process? Because you can understand how worrisome it is to be told that you no longer had a job and then having to wait 2-3 months. Meanwhile, the expenses pile up.
Right.
What is the length of the process, the
length of the
interviewing process?
So through the chairs, Commissioner, once the individuals are notified, there is a minimum 3-week period before they're actually separated from the county. If we are aware of those specific individuals today, we are identifying available job openings that they qualify for and then referring them to those departments so that they can go through that interview process and be selected. So we've sent those resumes not only to our internal departments, but we've also referred some of them to the constitutional offices for consideration.
But you do agree that it will take time, right?
Yes, it does take time, and we're working with the departments to expedite those recruitments.
And it is for this reason, Commissioner Regalado, that I'd like to offer this friendly amendment to ensure that, any expedited HR, to expedite the HR process, to include an expedited HR process to transition impacted employees so that they have time. If there are positions available, they have time to do so before their termination date. Because in between, they are suffering, they are concerned, there's a crisis, it's all over social media. People are really, some of our employees, our best assets are really in crisis right now. So this is a friendly amendment that I'd like to offer.
Of course, and listen, the purpose of this item, it is one county family, and obviously the separation of the constitutional officers created a situation in which county employees stayed in those departments, but some of those constitutional offices have vacancies, so this is just about utilizing that. I know that the administration was already, kind of doing that, but this codifies it. And I think we all want to expedite it. So as much as possible, we will expedite it. I think what we're seeing in some of these departments is, are folks willing or able to do something different, right? Because as we contract what are necessary functions and what are not necessary at this moment, there is at times a necessary shift. And some of those employees may be able to move within different job opportunities, and some may not. So I think that's the challenge. And unfortunately, that challenge is augmented by age, right? So I think there is the reality of some folks, may have different skill sets, right? Because of their training. So the purpose of this is to provide the mayor and the administration with as much flexibility as possible, because we know that these cuts need to be made, but we want to ensure that everyone has a place to land, right? So that's what this is about, and I think we're all on the same page on that. So happy to accept your friendly amendment.
Thank you so much.
Through the chair.
Of course, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I misspoke earlier. The exact numbers are 378 total positions, but only 66% or 251 were occupied by humans, and the rest we had maintained vacant in anticipation of the cutbacks. So it is 251 people, and they also have, many of them, rights through their unions to occupy other positions, the bumping rights. So, but at the end, it's 251 people that would be affected.
Thank you. And then you agree that this is not too much to ask?
Not at all. We're very much in support and actually following already these same processes, expediting and working with our constitutionals and our proprietary. It's exactly what we are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Before they are terminated. Thank you.
We are well underway, and exactly for the reasons that you say. We don't want people to have to separate and then come back. We want them to be able to continue if there is employment for them.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Commissioner Orbis, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, clarification through the chair.
Let's clarify that, Madam Mayor.
If you, in fact, eliminate other positions, the number could be higher. Thank you.
All right. It was clarified. Commissioner Orbis, you recognize.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Regalado, thank you for putting this into policy. I know that I said it a million times while we were undergoing the budget discussions, and I know that this can potentially save us money in the end, so I would love to co-sponsor it if you allow me.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, show it's co-sponsored. Show the mayor's remarks. Bastian, all right. Commissioner Regalado moves the item. Okay.
Yes.
And show Commissioner Bastian seconding the motion and co-sponsoring it as well. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay.
And as amended.
As amended.
Only if it's amended. Only if it's amended. Show the item passed as amended. 15B1, Commissioner from District 5, you're recognized, and then following with the Vice Chair.
I think we did mine, the modification of the public hearing date for one item, so I'm sorry, I can release that.
Okay. All right, and then Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have the same motion for item 14A5 with respect to 15B1.
All right, so is the item moved or?
Move it.
All right, it's been moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by someone on the board. Anyone? Taking seconds.
Bastian.
Seconded by, I need to recognize you?
Read it. We need to read the motion.
You want to read it? Read the amendment as amended? I need sugar.
Vice Chairman McGee moves to, one, suspend the Board of Rules and Procedures requiring committee review as to item 14A5, an ordinance creating the Miami-Dade CBO Trust Fund. 2, set the public hearing and second reading for this item at the October 7th, 2025 BCC meeting. 3, direct the clerk of the board to publish all necessary notices. And 4, amend item 15B1 accordingly.
All right, that's the amendment changing the October. Where's my calendar, guys? I have a mess here, guys, just FYI. All right, it's the October date, right?
October 7th. Yes.
So,
Moving it for the Jewish holiday
oh, yes, so,
for Sukkot.
right, there's Sukkot that falls on the 7th and 8th, and it could prohibit other people who observe not to be able to attend or participate in our meetings, so I've asked if we can move the date to the 9th instead, if everybody's amenable. October. So on the calendar, our next meeting happens to fall on the first day of Jewish holiday, and the 7th and the 8th are both very observant days of that holiday, and so I don't want to have it where people can't participate because they're observing. So could we move it to the 9th?
Yes, the answer is yes by me, and I think it should be fine by everyone. So the October 7th, the calendar you have before you shows October 7th and 8th as a carryover. We'll have the BCC on October 9th with a carryover as the 10th.
And Mr. Chair, if I might, just this motion would also make any other necessary changes to effectuate the rescheduling that you just described.
Perfect. All right, so it's been moved by Commissioner Steinberg, seconded by the Vice Chair. All in favor of approving the calendar signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Did you have discussion on the calendar?
Quick question. Are we just voting on 15B1, or is there an amendment that's been made on?
On both.
Oh, when you
If-
say both, what do you, I'm sorry, what is it that you mean when you say?
We just changed the date.
That's all that's been changed?
That's all that's been
is the
changed.
October date. Okay, thank you.
What else has been changed? Clarify. Can we clarify? Because I was not. What was McGee's amendment? Can you reread? Can you reread what we're voting on?
We need to show 15B1 as amended by the Vice Chair's motion.
I love it that you're showing it. What was the amendment? What are we voting on?
Change the date of the public hearing to skip committee review and to go to the October meeting for second reading for item 14A5.
And 14A5 is which one?
The CBO Trust Fund.
The what is it?
CBO Trust Fund.
Can the two items be taken separately? 15B1 and that motion by our Vice Chair?
Okay, yeah, that's
please?
important.
Can we vote on that separately, please?
I think 14A5 passed on the consent.
Yes, but you want to skip committee review. I'm saying, can that motion be voted on separately than 15B1?
Yes.
As amended?
Your short answer is yes, and I do believe there was also a motion, an amendment that Commissioner Orbis wanted to add to it. So, Jess, I would ask you if you can get us in proper position.
No, mine is a separate motion.
Separate motion?
Yeah.
Got it.
They can take it after.
Okay.
All right, so the calendar is 15B1, right? Right? Attorneys, can someone of the attorneys say yes or no?
That's the public hearing.
15B1 sets the public hearings. So the amendment would be the vice chair's amendment to 15B1 to skip committee and set that.
So,
All right,
m-
15B1,
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification, there's no time for your item to go to committee next week?
there is, yes, that's what we're doing. That's what we're trying to vote
No,
on.
that doesn't seem like what we're doing, just because there's a lot of financial analysis to go along with that.
Yes.
I think that requires time. Can it get on committee next week, Commissioner McGee?
To the attorneys, I would assign it to the attorneys.
Yeah.
I think I already scheduled it.
I don't believe we have time to hold the public hearing next week at committee, which is why it
So
would need.
but could we talk about, could it be agenda in a discussion format or something?
could
I don't
have
know,
a-
I'm asking.
Mr. Chair, you could have a discussion item certainly on the issue at committee, but the public hearing would need to be at the full board, just given the timing at this point.
Okay, so if we, right,
Right.
mine was just about the change of the next BCC meeting. I didn't need to be commingled with all of that. So that's a separate motion. Can we make that separate?
That's what
Okay, so I move the next BCC from October 7th to October 9th.
Yes.
Okay, that's been seconded.
Are you all clear? Are the attorneys clear in what we're voting
Now,
on?
that and
So
that.
can you make us clear? So are you clear? We're just changing the calendar before the board today.
Correct. The Commissioner Steinberg's motion was, or rather your motion, Chairman, was to change the date of the next meeting from October 7th to October 9th. I believe the board approved that.
Not the next meeting of the 2026 calendar.
No, our next.
Oh, wow. Oh, no, I was super confused. I thought we were doing the next calendar. Okay, all right. So yes, that's fine. What she said. Y'all are, yeah. All right. So that's we could just do a floor motion for that.
Yes.
We just did that.
Okay, all right. All in favor of that signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right. We just moved the date of the next BCC meeting.
Now, next separately, we're discussing 15B1.
Yes.
Separately. And I think to that, the commissioner had a motion or an amendment that we're discussing.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Let's try this again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would ask the county attorney to reread this proposed motion, my proposed motion, as it relates to 14A5.
Vice Chairman McGee moves to suspend the board's rules of procedures requiring committee review as to item 14A5, which passed on first reading today, an ordinance creating the Miami-Dade CBO Trust Fund. 2, set the public hearing and second reading for this item at the October 9th, 2025 BCC meeting. 3, direct the clerk of the board to publish all necessary notices. And 4, amend item 15B1 accordingly.
All right, so now the question is, to Commissioner Higgins's point, is do I, as the chair, have time to assign this to next week's committees, one of the next week's committees, for it to still make it to October 7th? Even if we do it through waiving of the rules. October 9th. Even if we do it through a waiving of the rules, but it still goes through the committee process.
You could have a discussion item at the committee. However, the actual item in public hearing, there's not adequate time for the public hearing at committee next week.
It's a notice issue. You bring two items. You bring the item and then you bring a discussion but you might have to open it when it comes in October. Either way, what he's proposing, when it goes to October, you would have to have the public hearing there. What we're saying is you don't have enough time for us to notice it so people go to committee. You could send it to committee, but then either have a discussion and give people the opportunity there, but you would still have to, at the BCC, allow people to speak. So you can provide two public notices, one by discussion or
All right, it's what you're saying, but it's not, because a discussion item is different than the item.
agree.
So it's
But if
not.
you want people to come speak on it,
Yeah,
I mean,
of course,
yeah.
of course, but
You could do both.
they're gonna come October 9th to speak on it. That's all this is doing. It's basically allowing for everything to happen on October the 9th.
Here's what I would suggest, only because at this point, October 9th, either way, is it's beyond our budget anyway, right? So like if this was like a budget time sensitive thing, I'd say let's do it. But it's not, because by October 9th, the budget's done already. Either way.
Right, but and then thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And respectfully, what I'm asking for is October 9th, or previously said October 7th. October 9th works perfectly because the budget, again, goes into effect October 1. What we're establishing is a trust. There's really not much we're talking about here on October 9th, but that particular vehicle to house the funds. It's not like it's going to be something where it's like mad chaos and we need thousands of people to discuss this item. It's simply saying, like we've done on other items today, we'll simply say, hey, we'll do both of them simultaneously at the October 9th meeting. I don't see how that causes a stir with whether or not a CBO trust fund is being created on October the 9th.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, no, I prefer to have this go to committee because I prefer this to go to committee and as a full item. That's my preference, but we can take a vote on it, obviously. This will get a lot of discussion. I'd rather have that discussion by the public. The CBOs will all come to speak on this item. I'd rather have that discussion at a committee meeting where it could be less rushed, not so many items on the agenda, and there could be more opportunity to further discuss it. And then when it goes to the full board, it comes with the changes or not changes or whatnot. Commissioner Regalado.
Thank you. And to the maker, the item has two parts. I think we can create a trust fund. We don't need legislation. We could create a trust fund tomorrow. The issue is, how do you fund the trust fund? So the second part is the funding of the trust fund. And that's the part where I think we need to be very specific as to the fiscal impact, what the parameters are going to be, what the expectations are, how we're going to effectuate it, how long the collection is going to take. So there's a series of logistical things. So, I mean, we can always create a trust fund. I think the complex part is the funding it and the funding it appropriately and providing folks a conversation on it, because yes, we all want to support the CBOs. Yes, we all want to find them a funding source, but there are going to be other humans and other businesses impacted by this, and they have a legal right to speak on it. So it's not just the CBOs that want the funding, right? It's who is this going to be levied against? And how do they feel about it, and what is that fiscal impact? So there's a series of things that we have to walk through, to ensure that we have proper process. So the two things are a little different, and my preference definitely would be, this is something, because of its magnitude, that I feel must go to committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Regalado, and what I'll do is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner Regalado, for the clarity on that issue. And with that said, I'll go ahead and just ask the chairman to push it to committee.
Okay, so committee, and then what's the first committee that I can put it to? I mean, meaning first week, the October committee week?
In 15B1, the item, I believe, has been assigned to the Appropriations Committee meeting for October.
Okay, all right, so it's done. All right, now, 15B1, just move the item. As is. Steinberg moves it. Second. Vice Chair, Commissioner Conehagen seconds it. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. All right, so that passed. Mr. Attorney, does that conclude the pool list?
Yeah, just to clarify, 15B1 was previously amended by Commissioner Higgins's motion, so it would be as amended, 15B1, as amended by Commissioner Higgins's motion from earlier.
Yes.
She had the HUD item. Yeah. Yeah.
And then we already did the motion for the change of, all right, so what do we have left?
Mr. Chair, I have a motion that I think that the attorneys were going to read.
Go ahead and read,
And it's been distributed to everybody.
okay. Go ahead and read Commissioner Orbis's motion.
Commissioner Orbis moves to direct the county mayor or county mayor's designee prior to the second budget hearing for fiscal year 2025-26 to provide the board with the following information for the proposed grant awards included in attachment C to the mayor's August 28, 2025 memorandum titled Information for First Budget Hearing Fiscal Year 25-26 Proposed Budget. 1, a description of the process used by the administration to determine the list of proposed grant recipients in attachment C, as well as the funding award amount for each. 2, the type of services to be provided by the proposed grant recipient. 3, the location where such services will be provided, if not countywide. And 4, if applicable, the most recent results of the CBO report card for the proposed grant recipient.
Second.
All right, the motion has been moved. It's been seconded by Senator Garcia. All in favor signify by saying, any discussion? Saying none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any other motions? Commissioner Hardiman? I see you.
Yeah, and I have.
The county attorney's office has a motion that I want to read into the record.
All right, the attorneys could read Commissioner Hardiman's motion.
Commissioner Hardiman moves that this board, by a 2/3 vote of the board members present, authorize the county mayor or county mayor's designee to enter into a contract modification for contract number FB01293 for vehicle rental services with Royal Rent-A-Car Systems of Florida, Inc. and Enterprise Leasing Company of Florida, LLC, to extend the contract for a term of 5 years, amend the rental rate schedule for Enterprise, and to renew at his or her discretion the contract for an additional term of up to 5 years. All subject to the county mayor filing with the clerk of the board a waiver of formal bid procedures pursuant to section 5.03D of the Home Rule Charter and non-competitive bid waiver provisions of section 2-8.1B1 of the Code of Miami-Dade County. Find the waiver of competitive bids to be in the best interest of Miami-Dade County. Authorize the county mayor or county mayor's designee to execute the contract modification and exercise all provisions contained therein. Authorize additional expenditure authority up to $8,420,395 for a total modified contract amount of $41,017,417. Direct the county mayor or county mayor's designee to provide a report to this board no later than September 30th, 2025, in the event that the county mayor or county mayor's designee does not file the bid waiver within such time, and direct the county mayor or county mayor's designee to seek additional expenditure authority for the renewal of the contract as needed. A copy of the contract modification with Royal and Enterprise has been provided to the clerk of the board.
Was it passed out or?
Yeah. I got a copy of it. Was it passed out fully? No. I'm sorry, it wasn't passed out. It should have been passed out.
It was just a lot of reading.
Yeah, it's a lot of reading. So if we could have Nama to walk to the lectern, I just want to make something very clear. There was an item that came before us where it was a piggybacking on an item, I think out of Wyoming, for rental car services moving forward. The item was sponsored. The item was proposed by the administration. I sponsored it and then withdrew it. When you did the research on that item, and I had Namada and everyone do further research, you saw that it actually increased. It increased our costs for rental car services. The way that it was presented was in a way as if it was some sort of cost savings, but actually, what happened was the police department and we were probably the largest expenditures in the contract. And what it did was it presented us moving forward, but not police. Police will have to do their own procurement. But overall, the contract that Wyoming had lots of fees and things that we would not normally pay in the current one that we have. And so ultimately, we would have been paying more. So we were piggybacking on a contract that did not have necessarily the benefit that we needed or that we would have afforded if we would have been piggybacking on something else. The piggybacking process, remember, is meant if we see a better deal somewhere that's been competitively bid, we take it. It was not a better deal. And so I think that we came to our senses with that once I met with Namada and other administrative personnel and said, look, the contract that we currently have is a contract that everyone agrees has the best rates and we're doing well with. So why not extend that contract? Part of the reason the contract wasn't extended is because it didn't have the provision for an extension. And so therefore, that the only way that we could do it without competitively bidding it would be a bid waiver. So technically, remember, a piggybacking is not a bid waiver because it's been competitively bid somewhere else. But just because it's been competitively bid somewhere else and it won that other place doesn't mean that the deal that we have today isn't a better deal. So the deal we have today is a better deal. What we're asking for is the administration to waive the bidding process so that we can continue to have that deal. And in that process, even the money that we spend mostly with the organizations such as Royal and Enterprise, Royal has agreed to keep its rates the same. So typically in 5 years or more, the rates are increased, and that's part of what we discussed about with these contracts. And so it's a good deal for Miami-Dade County. It's a cost savings, and it saves us the time and the energy. And so, obviously, our board is always weary of bid waivers, but I want you to understand why we have it today. If you have further questions, Namra could better explain, but that's why it came, it went, and now it's back in this sort of form.
Okay, and then this is, and just a motion because the contract expires, or why?
Well, the contract will be expiring soon. I want to say the next month. And so yeah, the mayor could obviously just make an item doing so, which is what they did when they asked for the piggybacking. This is me saying, the board giving direction, hey, do this instead of what we did in the past. Even though the other item was withdrawn, you're not going to see it anymore. This is direction to the mayor because she doesn't want what it's probably not beneficial for her to have another item not decided or voted down by this board.
All right. A second.
I don't want to speak for the mayor. I'm sorry, but I'm just describing because we could have the item, but the item is not here, and so I'm giving direction now so we can have the item. Does that make sense?
Okay, so there's an item that will come back to the board. Is that what you're saying, Commissioner?
Say it again.
There's an item that will come to the board on this?
Well, no. After we get direction, there's no need to bring the item. Help me understand. I mean, I'm trying.
Through the chair, I'd like Namada to speak directly, but what we're asking is that we do the bid waiver, and we're being directed to finalize the contract, which has not been finalized, with the reduced price and rates that the commissioner helped us achieve. So we achieved reduced pricing when we went back to renegotiate. We've gotten that signed, sealed, and delivered, and he's directing us to execute that contract, which we are in full agreement with because it cuts red tape and it reduces the cost to the county.
Great.
She said that much better than I could.
I'll move it.
All right, and it's not, yes, that is great.
Second.
But it doesn't come back to us because I hear like the
So it doesn't come back.
It does not
No.
come back. Okay, all right, so it's been moved, it's been seconded by the vice chair. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay.
No.
Show 2 recorded noes, and the rest yeas. Item passes. I know it needs 2/3, but
Let's count the board members. So that's a very important thing. So obviously, a bid waiver requires 2/3.
You got it.
you're good.
We got it?
Motion passes.
Want to be clear?
Yep.
For the record, motion passes? All right, I'll be
Motion
quiet.
passes. Right, clerk, you're good with that? All right. Any other motions?
Mr. Chairman, if I may,
All right, yes, Senator Garcia.
it's not a motion, it's just to remind everyone that September is Suicide Prevention Month, and unfortunately, suicide is one of the leading causes of death amongst Americans, and it really is one of the most preventable deaths that we have. And it's just to remind everyone that we have to remind ourselves that while mental health and behavioral health issues are our community, it's very prevalent in our community. When we look at those people that are feeling isolated and so forth, sometimes all it takes is a smile or talking to someone. If we see someone that's out there in a very isolated situation, to make sure we reach out to them. I think we've seen it in our departments here, especially in our fire department, and I want to recognize Carolyn Acosta for the work that she's been doing with her first alarm program within our fire department, which creates a buddy system, because we recognize what our police and our first responders see on a day-to-day basis really impacts them. And if we really do have a peer support system, that can go a long way to ensure that we stop these suicides from happening. And at the end of the day, it's a community-wide effort, and we all have to do our part to make sure that we eliminate the stigma associated around behavioral health and mental health issues, and make sure that we reach out and be that voice for those individuals that really don't have a voice or they feel that they're isolated. So, Mr. Chairman, just to bring awareness to Suicide Prevention Month, and maybe we can, in all of our districts, please, I urge you all to come out and say something about it to make sure that we educate our people and let them know that they do have avenues and to have access to some of these services. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. Commissioner Higgins.
Okay.
Vice Chair, and then me.
Hi, colleagues. If you recall at our last meeting, we had some questions about the guardianship program, about whether or not they could be in the budget. Had they complied with all of the all of the recommendations and things that had happened in the Inspector General's report, as well as made some key organizational changes. Since that time, I have met with their team. They have made those changes, and so we are able to, the organization has now really reformed itself in a way that we don't have to worry about them defrauding our residents as what happened in the past. And so I have a motion to read that would allow them, should the mayor want to put them in the budget this year, she could. We would still obviously get to vote on that, but that will take care of that. Could you read that for me, Lee?
Commissioner Higgins moves to amend resolution number R77624 and make conforming changes to the title to no longer require that the proposed grant agreement with the guardianship program of Dade County, Inc. for fiscal year 24-25 in the amount of $2.728 million come to the board for authorization and approval, and instead authorize the county mayor or mayor's designee to execute a grant agreement that satisfies the remaining requirements of Reso 77624. And 2, authorize the county mayor or mayor's designee to execute substantially similar grant agreements with the guardianship program of Dade County in future fiscal years, subject to board appropriation of legally available funds. And 3, authorize the county mayor or mayor's designee to exercise all provisions contained in the grant agreements, including amendment and termination, provided that such amendments do not alter the terms and conditions of Resolution 77624 or allocate additional funds without board authorization.
So moved, and that will close a long and sad chapter and open the next chapter for the organization to continue doing good work.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Higgins, seconded by the Vice Chair. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that motion passed. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if the time is appropriate, I just have some appointments.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like to reappoint Barbara Sanchez to District 9, Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board. Also appointing to the Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board Dr. Francisco Duberli, Duberli, to the Hispanic Affairs Board. That's it, Mr. Chairman.
So I'm reappointed. It's been moved by the Vice Chair, seconded by Commissioner Bastian. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And then if the attorney could read a motion I have.
On May 6, 2025, this board adopted Resolution R44125 establishing the Special Task Force to reduce inefficiencies in procurement, to review existing laws, codes, and procedures relating to county procurement, and provide recommendations to this board on how to promote efficiency and competition in county procurement. At its July 2025 meeting, such task force requests an extension of certain reporting deadlines set forth in the resolution so that the task force can provide more comprehensive recommendations to this board. Accordingly, Chairman Rodriguez moves to amend Resolution R44125 to 1, extend to September 12, 2025, the deadline for the task force to provide its preliminary findings and recommendations to this board, and to extend until the last scheduled Board of County Commissioner meeting in March 2026, the deadline for the task force to submit its final report to this board. And 2, authorize Chairman Rodriguez to approve, without further board actions, extensions of the deadlines provided for in the resolution, provided the deadline for the task force final report is no later than May 1st, 2026.
I'll move it.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Orbis, seconded by the Vice Chair. Seeing no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Show that motion passed. Any additional, Commissioner Orbis?
Mr. Chair, I have an appointment that I believe the county attorneys have.
You're recognized for that.
Commissioner Milian Orbis moves to appoint Marisol Bell Ray to the Miami-Dade County Commission on Disability Issues.
Thank you.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Orbis, seconded by Commissioner Higgins. All in favor signify by saying aye. Any additional appointments or motions? Any additional appointments or motions? Seeing none, show us adjourned.